Oi.
Bom dia, bom dia. As nossas
Yesterday, we were talking about the importance of starting with our streets and parks, and then have a planet that will effectively be able to withstand this increase in temperature. The challenges are huge, and we won't be able to overcome these challenges if not with the private initiative, with society, the academia, the business sector. So it's very important that we have this discussion with everybody. This video, this year we'll be celebrating, acho que sim, we'll be celebrating the 30th anniversary since Rio de Janeiro became a forum for the discussion about sustainable development. And a lot has happened over the course of these 30 years. The awareness of the global population has increased, but we have to transform that into practical actions to change the planet. We have a visionary with us that will present a proposal that will allow us to find solutions that include finances and the economy. Well, I got carried away. I'll give the floor to our first speaker. Good morning. This is the fourth day of the Environment Week. All of the cups that were distributed are eco cups. Please set your phone to vibrate because we'll be broadcasting this on YouTube. We're live on YouTube. 30 years ago in Rio de Janeiro, we hosted the first United Nations Conference on the Environment and Sustainable Development, Rio 92. Back then, the UN Secretary General announced to the world the identity that would be recognized by everybody as the soul of a society whose existence would mean the creation of a new ethics of survival. The spirit of Rio brought about an authentic ecologic commitment and a development model sustained by the recovery of the balance between man and nature. In the International Year of Sustainable Development, the state government, through the Secretariat of Sustainability and Environment, proposed the Rio 2030 platform, a platform to bring together the academia, international organizations, the business sector, and the organized civil society on behalf of sustainable development through a joint action plan that's collaborative for 2030. And it's because of that we're sitting here together 30 years after Rio 92. And to get us started, I'd like to invite onto the stage the State Secretary of Environment and Sustainability, Mr. José Ricardo. the State Secretary of Planning, Mr. Nelson Rocha.
The President of the State Institute of the Environment, Inea, Mr. Felipe Campello. From Global Environment Accenture Platform, GAP, Mr. Amari Jr. And the President of SEPERJ, Mr. Gabriel Rodriguez. Please sit, make yourselves comfortable. So let me pass the floor to the President of Inea, Mr. Felipe Campello. You can use your mic or you can come here, it's all fine. Let me lower the microphone because George and Miguel is a bit taller than most of us. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you once again here. The subject is very important for all of us here today, especially for us here in Rio de Janeiro. Inea is in charge of most of the natural assets that will be discussed further upon by Secretary Nelson, and he'll be talking about the credits and everything. So I'm here much more to listen to his expertise and get deeper into the subject. And this will be hopefully yet another tool for us to promote environmental conservation in the state. This idea has been gaining force. For instance, reusing water, carbon credits, those are high topics in our agenda. And I'm going to talk about a program that we implemented this year in partnership with Firjan. I saw Peron here from Firjan. Hi, good morning. Anyway, we are using green partners, companies that use social environmental programs as a way for us to advance in the process of social environmental projects that we have in the state of Rio de Janeiro. Ambiente Jovem, who is here today, a large group of young people, is one of the examples of such green initiatives, and I believe that such partnerships will grow stronger and stronger. Inea has 480,000 hectares of protected land, about that amount, and we have been having zero deforestation thanks to the people from Inea who are fighting hard to protect our green areas, and we want to have 40% of protected areas in our state. That's the target set by our secretary. So we really believe in this partnership called Nu Verde and other initiatives that are in place together with the Secretariat of Planning and Environment. Have a great day of work, all of you. Well, right now, I'll pass the floor to SEPERJ's president, Mr. Gabriel Rodriguez. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about the environment, right? Let's share a bit on what the foundation does. We have three purposes: selective processes, public selection processes, and statistics. And why are we here today? Because we are enthusiasts of the environment. We cannot refrain from discussing the environment if we want to keep the future in mind. So we have the SDGs, we try to foster knowledge around them, and we have a study center that has practical actions so that we can actually formulate public policy capable of protecting the environment and have our eyes into the future in a more concrete way. Yesterday, we launched Bicho na Pista, an initiative with our coordinators being here. It's about a study involving animals, wild animals who were hit on roads. And now every citizen can participate and we can map and monitor this type of accident in the whole state of Rio de Janeiro, always in partnership with Inea and other agencies who may use this information. Seperge is a tool. We are here so that all of you managers of agencies, etc., may use our data in your studies and research projects and applications. We want to deliver tools to you so that you can deliver results to the citizens. We really need to be enthusiastic and practice, walk the talk and inside our institutions. So we decided to take a look into our own foundation to make this a reality. So we started seeking a certification, C3P, and we start realizing how difficult it was to care for the environment, like disposable glasses, cigarette butts, disposal of electronic waste. Anyway, we realize that we really need to walk the talk, especially within our houses and institutions. So Seperge is now proud to say that we do not only believe in that, we walk the talk finally, and all of us managers and directors of agencies have to be really adamant about spreading this culture, because if we don't have this implemented in-house, this is not going to go out into the streets. So please count on the Seperge Foundation for all your initiatives. This week that we're hosting here is for engaging the entire state, meaning creating culture and disseminating all the knowledge that we produce, that we offer to all of your agencies and especially to all citizens. So thank you very much for the opportunity of talking about the Seperge Foundation here with you and discussing the environment and discussing the initiatives that we currently have in place here in Rio de Janeiro. Our governor, Claudio Castro, has been a strong encourager of our actions, and he's really interested in protecting the environment. Have a good day, you all.
Para fazer uso da palavra, da Global Environment Asset Platform, o senhor Amaury Júnior, por gentileza.
Mr. Amaury Jr., you have the floor.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning. I'm here on behalf of Xiapi. The concept we created was meant to allow us to create a market mechanism that offers the possibility of creating value for the preservation of the environment. It's a difficult task because, well, if you think about it, maybe the only representativity that we have for that are carbon credits, but in our perspective, that's a limited form of representativity due to several things. Our main goal with the planet is that we won't increase more than 1.5 degrees Celsius, and that's not going to be done with carbon credit. Carbon credit is a way to represent a way to contain the deterioration of the environment. In our perspective, there are riches in the environment that have to be appreciated. Brazil, for instance, is one of the world's biggest water repositories, and we need to represent that value. It exists because agriculture is water, so Brazil exports water when it exports agriculture, but we have to create other mechanisms, which are the preservation of water fountains, and we have to find a market mechanism that pays for that. Another way is the fauna and the flora, and we believe that for business purposes, people like to preserve the fauna and the flora. So there are ways to create a market mechanism for that. And we can also do that through blockchain and tokenization, because that is a fractioning of the representativity of these assets. And one thing is genetics that's embedded in this environment. Over the course of the years, the pharma industry and the cosmetic industry uh, is doing that without compensating who preserves. So we need to create a mechanism so these industries compensate whoever's doing a preservation work in these environments, whether it is through royalties or whatever. So our goal in creating, the concept of GIAP is to offer a first-class operation where we procured a NASDAQ study to create this business in Rio de Janeiro. We believe that Rio de Janeiro has a high level of representativity, and we believe that the goal of this platform is not only to be centered around Rio, but actually to include the entire country and to place Brazil at the front and center of the environmental concepts. Now we want to export this concept in the sense of creating value. And we're going to explain to you what we're developing on this platform, which we believe will take on an important role in terms of environmental expression.
Passo a palavra para o secretário de Estado do Ambiente e Sustentabilidade, o senhor José Ricardo.
Mr. José Ricardo, you have the floor.
Olá, bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the state government, I want to welcome you to our fourth day of the Environment Week that makes reference to the International Environment Day, implemented in 72 in Stockholm, when chiefs of state decided to sit together for the first time and think how we could change our world.
Então, aqui, 50 anos depois, estamos reunidos aqui hoje.
So 50 years later, we're here sitting together to deal about such an innovative subject, such as carbon credit and sustainable assets. So initially, I want to greet the president of Inea, Felipe Campello, who's been tireless in his fight for the environment, and Sepergi, and everybody involved. And more specifically, a great friend and a colleague in the Secretariat, who I can undoubtedly say that's one of the most competent secretaries that we have, the State Secretary of Rio de Janeiro, Nelson Rocha, who's now in the Secretary of Planning and Management, extremely competent. He was the president of several entities and administration councils. So, Nelson, I must say that the most important position you had was that was to be the vice president of Vasco da Gama Sports Club. I'd like everybody to learn from this person and from what's being discussed today. I want to greet all of the environmental and municipal managers through Milena from Carapebus. I want to greet all of the municipalities because who designs the public policies, and I also want to greet the youths from Ambiente Jovem. Thank you so much for attending. You really honor this event with your presence. Nelson, this is probably the biggest difficulty of the speakers who got here. It was to deal with the youths. On Tuesday, we had a representative from BNDES, and when he saw himself facing such a young audience, he said, well, I prepared the wrong speech because I was prepared to deal with older people, and we have younger people here. This is the provocation. We need to educate the youth. I'm part of a generation, not that I'm old, but up until my generation, we were not environmentally educated. We had to learn and practice, and now to see this generation occupying the future positions and see the future environmental agents listening to such innovative discussions such as carbon credits and sustainable assets is a big progress, not only to the state of Rio de Janeiro, but to the world. So I'd like everybody to really enjoy this event. These subjects are extremely important if we want to develop environmental public policies in Rio de Janeiro. I'm really grateful to be part of a government that's been so involved in the environmental cause. In the Limpa Rio program, we have removed 3 million cubic meters of sediments from the ocean. The state administration, which is so concerned with the depollution of Guanabara Bay and the carbon credits, we don't only have short-term policies, we also have mid-term and long-term policies. We have Paulo Portasio, the president of Rio 2030, who through 169 goals will try to achieve an action plan in 8 years with everything that we want so much for the environment, such as depolluting the Guanabara Bay and universal access to sewage and water. I hope you're happy with what's been implemented so far. I hope you enjoy the next panels and the event, and we have no time to waste. Thank you. Now I'll give the floor to the Secretary of State for Planning, Mr. Nelson Rocha, representing Governor Claudio Castro. Good morning. Thank you for your attendance. On behalf of the governor, he asked me to apologize for not attending this event, but Rio de Janeiro state is facing a very serious situation in Brasilia, which is the loss of resources. And of course, without resources, we cannot adequately manage and cater to every demand. Due to the ICMS law, he had to fly to Brasilia to discuss the situation and try to minimize the impacts after so much time and so much fight to reach fiscal balance. Well, but anyway, that's part of the game. Rio learned from that, and maybe that's why Rio de Janeiro is a reference in terms of public finances in Brazil. I want to greet everybody, but a special greeting to José Ricardo. Congratulations on the administration. Our dear Tiago, who's an amazing person, who led the secretariat, and well, you know that José Ricardo is very generous, so you can disregard 50% of what he said. My dear Phil from Inea, a tireless fighter for the environmental cause, not only for all the work that he does, but for the support that he gives to this project that we will present today. So thank you for your dedication to the cause. And by greeting Phil, I'm also greeting the Secretariats of Economic Development, of Agriculture, and other entities that contributed to us reaching good terms with the document that we sent to NASDAQ. Also want to greet Gabriel, who's our colleague in the government, the president of CEPENG, an important entity that will have a fundamental role. And lastly, I want to greet Amaury from GIAP, one of the partners in this project, along with NASDAQ. I also want to take the opportunity to greet everybody and people from other countries represented by the Consul of Japan. Thank you for being here. At the Secretariat of Finances, we're talking about, there are so many people. I'd like to greet you all. And we must start the presentations, but I also cannot shy away from greeting the Subsecretary of Environment and Sustainability. Without her, this wouldn't have been possible. She was also tireless in bringing us here, and in greeting her, I greet everybody in this event, not only today, but every week, right, Zé? So to the governor, and to me specifically, and the entire public administration, this is very important because I remember some stages that we had to overcome. One of these hurdles we overcame on March 8th, and there are good coincidences in life. March 8th, the Women's International Day, when we signed in New York with JAPI and NASDAQ a memorandum of understanding that allowed us to advance in our conversations that would allow us to have a business platform and for Rio to become a global hub of negotiation for sustainable assets. We're talking about sustainable assets, whether it is circular economy or biodiversity. I mean, we can make progress in that regard as well. So that was a very important day. And I remember when we signed that, Thiago was there. He was the Secretary of Environment, and that was very important. I remember in Times Square, in a NASDAQ billboard, the symbol represented by the state of Rio de Janeiro, which again shows the protagonism that Rio de Janeiro needs to have. And that's where we're moving, which is bringing back this financial markets to Rio de Janeiro, focusing on sustainability. And it's not by chance that the document produced by that intersecretarial group that we sent on Friday to NASDAQ and GIAP that also occurred on an important day, the day when we were celebrating the 30th anniversary of Rio 92, which is fantastic, right? I think these coincidences are not by chance. And it's important that we remember that that's a symbol that, and that this encourages each one of these youths attending this conference, because the future is for the young people, and we should all have in ourselves the feeling that we can only have a sustainable planet if we preserve our natural resources. And Brazil can be that protagonist, and Rio de Janeiro can be the symbol and the capital, albeit not formally, but we keep some memories because Rio de Janeiro has been the capital, and we always want to be the capital, but Rio de Janeiro is the biggest representation of Brazil in the world. 30 years ago, there was somebody that's extremely important for Brazil and extremely important for the environment and important for this moment, which is a representative of the Authority 2030, my dear Protásio. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Protásio does not represent only somebody that was there in Rio 92 and who's there and who's the authority, but the entire work, tireless work he's been developing since he learned of our intentions and our project. Well, he's been extremely engaged and participative, and I'll take the liberty to make an announcement about October, if you allow me, Protásio. On October 17th and 18th, Rio de Janeiro will host the Latin American Climate Forum, which is the result of the efforts of Protásio and Ieta, which is an important agency for the environment. So congratulations, Protásio. Rio de Janeiro thanks you for your efforts and for everything you've been doing, not only for the city, but for the environment in Brazil. So congratulations to you and to all of us who will be able to enjoy that opportunity. We're now one step ahead. We'll be signing the contract soon. We delivered the report, and NASDAQ and GIAP will present the feasibility study. We've been talking to them. That will certainly be positive, and we're certainly making every effort for that to happen. But I'm sure that Rio de Janeiro can again be this protagonist. And as I used to say, this is not simply going back to this financial perspective, but to the soul of Rio de Janeiro. So let's move forward. We have no time to waste. Thank you. With that, we will close this opening session. And I'd like to ask Secretary Nelson Rocha and Amaury Jr. to remain on stage for their presentations. Thank you, Felipe, José Ricardo, and Gabriel. Once again, good morning. So we'll talk about how we came up with the idea and why we think that Rio could host a process of centralization, if we can call it that way, or becoming a hub to support sustainable assets. And, well, before we start, we should keep in mind that this new economy, this new green frontier, as we've been calling it, appeared because of the difficulty and the need to reduce by 1.5 degrees the temperature of Earth. And of course, that's the result of the need to preserve natural resources and how to do that. So this is a never-ending fight by the environmentalists. But if we had not advanced with the economy in this process, it would be very hard. And there are many people that think that if we want to preserve the resources, the environmental aspects need to involve the economic aspects because otherwise we won't be able to make progress. This is really this reflection is a reality. So in the beginning, we were thinking, well, we have to bring the financial market back to Brazil. Rio de Janeiro in the 1980s was the financial hub of Brazil, and it lost that position to Sao Paulo. And we thought about bringing it back to Rio. And with this new possibility of sustainable assets, that was the adequate moment for that. And Brazil will certainly become the big protagonist of this economy because we think that from 30 to 40% of the world's CO2 stock is in Brazil. And of course, if it's in Brazil, it's just logical for Brazil to lead this process. But the world of finances and economy does not revolve around the fact of where these assets are. But it actually can be negotiated anywhere in the world. It could be in New York, in Europe, in Paris, anywhere. But naturally, since Brazil is the owner of this stock of CO2, it's just natural that this occurs in Brazil. And that's where our saga starts, our fight starts to convince everybody of that possibility. So the idea came from the need to go back to rescue the financial market and that Brazil is a protagonist in this new economy that's emerging, and as a consequence, we would have the possibility of leading this process. And we started talking to the market and have conversations, and we saw this possibility, and we then contacted Nasdaq and GAP that showed interest because GAP, due to the tokenization and the environmental assets, Alex will talk about that later. Probably Alex from the University of California will talk more specifically about how that process happens. But anyway, we sat together with people that are on this market and we started coming up with ideas. So we made progress, and Rio de Janeiro had all the conditions, and that ended up leading to March 8th with the possibility of us signing this agreement. So there's a series of processes and requirements involved in that process. And people wonder, well, will the state of Rio de Janeiro have a negotiation platform? And with the complexity of the market, will it become a stock exchange that started from an access platform? Will Rio de Janeiro state get involved in that? Is it the state that's going to participate in that? No. Rio de Janeiro state has no participation whatsoever in terms of being the owner or being the operator of that platform. The platform is fully private, but the state has a fundamental importance in any process, especially in new markets. And that's the role of the state as a lever for the markets. And it's no different in this new market of sustainable assets. And that is why the state got involved. And obviously, if you want to attract investors, the state needs to have a level of commitment. So, what's the level of commitment of the state in that platform? The commitment is to put its environmental assets available to be negotiated, traded on the platform, and at the same time to foster the best practices and the densification, as we call it, of that market, bringing everybody in, and hence the importance of youths from the project, because in the future everybody will see the importance of preserving these natural assets as they participate in the, whether it is the acquisition, for instance, of a carbon credit, or because it's measured in tons, and we'll talk about that later. But the possibility of participating with that, with any action, albeit small. So one of the commitments of the state is to promote policies, and obviously environmental policies, and that's something that the state has been doing, and the Secretariat of Environment and Sustainability has been doing that, and everybody's been participating with public policies. The concession of SEDAI will be extremely helpful because the concessionaire that won needs to clean up Guanabara Bay. 2.7 billion reais will be invested in cleaning up Guanabara Bay. Of course, there is no use having a financial market with sustainable assets if we do not adopt sustainable practices.
It is therefore important to take action, but at the same time, Rio de Janeiro needed to promote it. So there are public policies, especially in the tax arena, that we encourage in a simple way. Just the other day, we were discussing the IPVA tax on vehicles. There will be a discount, and this discount will not be in cash, it will be in carbon credits, and negotiations may take place regarding how this becomes a digital currency, for instance, that needs to be negotiated. So you'll buy coffee and you'll be able to buy it with environmental credits because they will be converted into resources, and then you can buy lunch or coffee or whatever else. So the state is now providing public encouragement for the society to understand, and also corporations and individuals, so that everybody gets to understand this need. So when we talk about companies, I see here the IDP director, and once in an interview, I was asked whether it wasn't a dichotomy for Rio de Janeiro to be a big oil producer and also hosting a platform for the sustainable businesses. So Rio de Janeiro can become a hub. So for negotiation, why? And Brazil has its assets, and Brazil has the need to decrease the capabilities as required. And we have the Paris Agreement, we have all the protocols, everything that was endorsed in COP26. So how will the compensation occur? Rio and Brazil have this capability, and this advanced heavily. For you to have an idea, I talked to many states, treasuries, etc., and all the secretaries were extremely interested, and some states are already endorsing that in a certain way. So Rio de Janeiro is endorsing this not only for Rio, but for other states as well. And what we are promoting and what we had as very interesting in our conversation with other states is that they didn't have any notion, they hadn't stopped to think about this possibility of generating resources based on environmental assets. So someone is very worried about a decision that was taken by the São Paulo court regarding ICMS tax. And I said, don't worry, you will have much more resources from the environmental assets that are now being used in Brazil. So yeah, it's a way for us to lead public policy to the edges, to the citizens themselves. And it's also a way for us to preserve nature and for having Brazil being the protagonist that we just discussed. So just for you to have an idea, our estimate is that this carbon credit market will then eventually become mature, and the estimates is that the negotiation will be around $100 billion a year besides other assets. So it's really important to keep this in mind because Rio de Janeiro and Brazil are then once again big leaders in the process of change of global economy. So it's important to have this in mind first. And when we talk about carbon credits, that's just part of it. That's also circular economy going on. So how to go about and transform the circular economy assets into digital assets. There are models for that too, and this helps not only financially because it generates credit, but it also helps to generate jobs for people. And the 2010 circular economy is still facing challenges in its implementation because so far, on the side of Brazil's and Rio de Janeiro's governments, well, there wasn't maybe very good advertisement about how to set those rules. So the companies went by themselves and defined some rules on circular economy. Those initiatives will make us change. Of course, we must establish rules because there are voluntary markets and regulated markets, and the regulated markets will allow the companies to beat those targets. So many of the countries that we have are adopting laws for that. In Brazil, we have this 5 to 8 session, which is still under discussion. And recently, the federal government edited a decree pertaining to carbon credits. And this legislation is a necessary advance for this to be negotiated as financial assets for business. This is important. There are, for instance, business and legal discussions about whether this decree would be the best legal instrument or whether discussing this bill would be more relevant. But regardless, we started to take steps in the right direction so that we may transform those assets, environmental assets, into something negotiable that may generate resources for Brazil. So our relationship. Anyway, what we intend to explore here in Rio de Janeiro, just talking directly in the sake of time, we intend to transform Rio de Janeiro in a world center for negotiation of sustainable credits. This will change the economic structure, and we have new paradigms for Rio and Brazil in the sense of becoming world leaders in ecologic economy. Of course, there is a step two. Our goal is to attract, for instance, investment funds, and we want to tackle companies that negotiate around $57 trillion. We want to attract at least 5% of those companies, and this could double the GDP of the country. That's possible, but for that, it's important for the public power to get involved, but also everyone here. Everyone has to be able to be here, and we need everybody to create a line of thinking and organize themselves as a civil society with HGP or Firjan or the chambers of commerce who have been helping more specifically, or having regulating agencies talking with us. Anyway, the Ministry of Economy, we've been discussing this with many participants. And we are talking to many partners so that society can foster such initiatives. And those initiatives are very important because we need them before attracting investment funds. Rio de Janeiro needs to become a reference in sustainability. The conditions exist. We have to take advantage of it. Maybe because of the carbon markets that are getting closer, maybe because of the conditions of Rio de Janeiro, or the cleaning of the Guanabara Bay, or because we've been investing in Inea, or taking more action from the part of the governor, the Secretariat of Treasury, because this is very important. We need to root this line of thinking. All of us here have a role to play, and this possibility needs to be reached, and we need to believe that we can once again transform Rio de Janeiro into the big financial center of the country. And that's how I will close my speech. I will thank you once again for being here. And if we believe in us, we can transform Rio de Janeiro. Thank you. Well, after your speech, I'll even have to think deeper about. Sorry, we can't quite hear him. Well, my message here would be, well, what GAP is trying to make happen regarding the joint work they're doing with the state government of Rio de Janeiro is a concept that, well, let's say I've been an enthusiast about it for many years now, and I believe that the coupling between legal and regulation landmarks that are being promoted, such as carbon credits becoming financial assets. Anyway, all of that is very important. The engagement of the people who believe in defending the environment. This needs to be associated with economic targets so that assets are reached. All of that is outlined in the horizon already. And our greatest advantage is that nowadays we have digital technology that allows us to fraction that and engage consumers so that the consumers really value the environmental asset. In the past, uh, it used to be difficult to talk about such assets because they were complex and they were held by environmental enthusiasts, and other parties were not interested in promoting, uh, financial incentives so directly. GAP and other initiatives that we have aim at bringing everything in onto the same page: legal, technology, and economy. We need to create a differentiated product, a high quality product at an institutional level. And why is that? Well, because actually, if we have no way of having a redundant analysis, for instance, I have an environmental asset here, I need to have someone certifying that this is true. Anyway, you need to have a recognized certifier. You need to have an auditor to express that that represents reality and that's not being done wrongfully. Anyway, there is this whole process within the financial market, such as registration, custody. Those aspects are very complex, and with technology, we can reduce the cost of all that. So, conceptually, what do we have in terms of our goal? A viability study was performed together with NASDAQ to realize whether it is possible for us to establish a platform of business that enables us to render viable the valuation of environmental assets. At a second moment, once the viability phase is totally concluded, we'll start designing the process. And during this phase, basically, what we'll have to do is to analyze not only the carbon credit aspect, but also all the biodiversity assets aspects that in the long run will be very representative. And then we go back to the point that we mentioned here. Brazil is the biggest repository of water in the world. Brazil is, in percentage, the country with highest native forest in the world, and we need to create value for those assets. Um, and if we are like people who plant crops, those people have to understand that they need to protect the environment as well. They have to change hats because those agricultural products enable them to be profitable. The climate is all there, like bugs and water, etc. Everything that allows agricultural production to actually take place. Um, so within the scope of a business platform, at the first moment, we will go to the low-hanging fruits, which is carbon credits, but the idea is much more encompassing. We need to create sustainability aspects for the assets that we understand are important for biodiversity, such as uh, biota, genetic, everything that is important for us to save in the environment. I will have some slides over. I'll just show you two slides. We have this viability study together with NASDAQ, and now we're starting to design this business platform, as I told you. And this platform will have specific goals, for instance, encouraging financially that environmental assets are valued, not only the state of Rio de Janeiro, but in other places as well, and also bring private initiatives to our process so that producers themselves may be able to preserve the environment. None of that will work if institutionalization doesn't happen at a wide level. And CERC is being a partner in this process. In Brazil, we have two stock markets, CERC, which is more associated to credit, and Ibovespa. And why is it important? Because we can't transact carbon credits with the future idea of carbon credits only. You need to have registration and geo definition of the area under analysis so that there is no duplicity in credit, so that there is no question that if you are buying that credit will be retired because it will be important for eliminating carbon credits, etc. Even Ludovino, who's an expert in that, well, in his routine, and he buys credits for carbon economy through an app. And at a long term, everybody will be able to do that. That's an awareness raising that has to happen to everyone. And this will only happen if we have an institutional way of doing that. So the concept is to create an entire institutional framework so that we may do that in a proven way, so that there is no duplicity or fraud, and so that there is history, traceability. Then there is a second layer, which corresponds to creating an economic model for this economic asset. For instance, carbon credits, they exist already at the market, $6, $7 at the voluntary market per ton of carbon, or $100, sorry, for the regulated market. Brazil is becoming a regulated market, so there is naturally evaluation taking place once we get into the regulated market. And within the scope, when we see carbon credits becoming a financial asset, we get into the regulatory framework, which is Banco Central. So yes, we do have a framework that will help us have control of credit. And that's the ambition of our platform. Within this scope, we see here many institutional points. There is an academic relevant aspect at the University of California, which involves technology, and FIPI doing an economic study for the project. We want to engage other universities as well in Brazil and abroad in this process because those are new technologies and we want to develop something in the long run. And we want to develop a process of fractioning that has to happen. For instance, it has to have environmental impact, yes, but it needs to have social impact as well. And social impact only happens if we fraction those credits. We have an instrument for that, which is tokenization in a positive aspect, not a virtual asset, an actual asset. That's what we mean. And we brought about bitcoins, like why bitcoins valued so much, increased so much in value over the years. It was just a few cents when it started, and now it's over tens of billions of thousands of dollars. Sorry. Anyway, why? Because they were unlimited in the beginning, and now they are limited. And the same thing applies to the environment. Fauna, flora, nature has a limited stock, and this is much more important than a virtual currency. It's an actual currency, and now we need to create a financial mechanism to create this valuation. The more people demand that, the more value we'll have, and conceptually, let's say that a student here will gain carbon credit because of an action they performed. If they think that there is a value in the future in that, and it's limited, amount of credits available, these credits could become a savings account. So the financial market could bring about this concept of an environmental saving account. It is a way for you to create encouragement for those who preserve nature, the state, or individuals, and they will then, get resources to preserve. Yeah, it's a lot of opportunities to all of you, like the opportunities of new jobs that will be created by this market. Some jobs are fading, but others are appearing, and those are new jobs, definitely. And Brazil is becoming a protagonist in this aspect. Of course, there is a movement of deindustrialization in the country, but we are strong agricultural players and we want to be strong environmental players as well. Brazil has this characteristic in itself and we want to make it even more valuable. Thank you. Okay, now Nelson Rocha and Amaury Jr., you're free to go back to your seats. And then next, we will have our next panel named The Brazilian Potential for the Implementation of a Domestic and International Market for Creating Carbon Credits and Environmental Assets. Well, first of all, we will have the FGV PhD on economy related to the Kyoto Protocol. He was also invited by BNDES to implement the Brazilian market of a reduction of emissions, Mr. Virgilio de Bon. He's a musician too, songwriter. Professor of the Los Angeles STS, where he has a lab, author of the book SEO Financial Revolution, Mr. Alex Nascimento. Also the business director of Codex, Mr. Vinicius Santos. Superintendent of the BNDES, Mr. Leite, and then the executive manager of climate change at Petrobras, Mrs. Viviana Coelho. Ludovino Lopes from Ludovino Lopes Assistance. The mediator will be Mr. Virgilio de Bon.
Good morning. Well, I was introduced as the first doctor of Getúlio Vargas Foundation, and this is certainly not a praise. This is just old age. But anyway, it's an honor to be here as the moderator of this panel. Today, our presenters are people with the capacity to show us how Rio can become a hub not only for Brazil, but maybe for the world in negotiating global assets. In the beginning of the panel, we'll have a presentation by Alex Nascimento, who is a professor from the University of California, and Vinicius Santos, the director of Codex. And they're going to show us the tech perspective that allows us to replace the implementation of a traditional stock market, which would represent a huge investment and a huge fixed cost structure. And as this market tends to grow gradually, it would probably not be sustainable. But thanks to this technology that Alex is about to show us, this is probably going to be feasible. Julio will follow Alex's presentation. Julio from BNDES. And from the importance of the institutions, and if you look at the road where they're located, you see that there are huge buildings facing one another, and undoubtedly from Rio de Janeiro, even though they are present worldwide, certainly their willingness to join this undertaking is an indication that this market is for real. And lastly, we'll have a presentation by Ludovino, who's probably one of the biggest authorities in this market of environmental assets, whom I had the pleasure to work with for, well, decades ago, right? So with that, I'll invite Alex for the first presentation. Thank you. I'm Alex Nascimento. I'm from Rio de Janeiro, and I've been living in California for many years, where I teach at the UCLA. How much time do I have? Well, if we're hungry, 15 minutes. That's great. If we're not that hungry, you can stay a bit longer. Now, I'm hungry, we're hungry, so let's try to stay on time. Just so I have an idea, who knows the technology behind Bitcoin, which is the blockchain technology? Please raise your hand. Thanks. So, many of you are familiar with it, and we don't need to dive too deep into the explanation of this technology. But the lab that I founded at the University of California studies the implementation of this technology in several industries, including the financial and environmental industry. As I said, I wrote this book, and at the end, you're going to get a QR code to download the book and get a better understanding of this technology in different industries, in addition to being an ambassador for the Global Blockchain Business Council in Uruguay. So I'll go over the basic concepts of blockchain. Why should we use blockchain for carbon credit or environmental assets? Well, because by using the blockchain technology, you can create a unique digital asset, which is different from centralized databases. If I take a picture of you in the audience and send it to each one of you, everybody's going to have a copy of that. But in blockchain, I'm going to take one picture, and if I send the photo to Virgilio, I no longer have that photo, and only Virgilio will have the photo. So we have centralized databases where information is kept in one single location, or decentralized databases where the nodes, every node has the same information. We have public and private users. Public is the Bitcoin database that anybody can use and see the transactions, and the private is a group of participants sharing that information. I think we should take a look at the smart contracts and how they work and the implementation of carbon credits and digitalized environmental assets. What you can add to this digital receipt is an intelligent contract that self-executes. So the clauses of the contract, who generated the carbon credit, how much it's worth, to who it was sold. Was it sold to Gol or to Uber? You in a green shirt, you bought it to offset your Uber trip or your shuttle service to Sao Paulo. So you can register that through these smart contracts. And it's much safer because there's software contracts and it's more trustworthy because the databases are decentralized. You have better speed because, of course, the software moves quicker than a human being. There are backups, even because the databases are decentralized, so there are backups and copies around the world. There is higher precision, avoiding human errors, and there are savings in that you don't have to hire a large team to manage all of these transactions, given that they're done through an intelligent contract, a smart contract. Many people that like environmental assets talk about Bitcoin and the fact that a Bitcoin is not environmentally friendly. Of course, Bitcoin is a type of blockchain, even though it's not the only one. A lot of energy is spent on Bitcoin, and we can talk about that later. But there are other blockchains that are in the journey towards reducing this energy expenditure, including Ethereum. That's going to happen in August. So the blockchains that we are using to register these credits are blockchains that are part of this group that uses a low carbon footprint. As for the environmental assets, as you know, these are assets that are registered to preserve, control, and mitigate the carbon footprint and the impacts caused by the industry and by all of us. And when we put them in the blockchain, what we can do is we can add these licenses and authorizations and certificates to a public environment where all of you can be controlling agents and validate that that's being done correctly. That's not something we made up. That's been happening. In the traditional stock exchanges around the world, in New York, for instance, there are ETFs or funds traded in stock exchanges that carry these environmental assets. One such example is the ESG of SP 500 that's called Equal Weight ETF. It's transactioned over $5 million per day, and now it's much higher than that in terms of market cap. So there is a demand in the financial market for these assets. We use carbon credits, and I believe that many of you know that, to offset 1 ton of CO2 in the atmosphere. And it's this flow that we're trying to put in the blockchain through the platform. We believe that the carbon credit is in a growing phase, reaching $851 billion. And the price of this carbon credit, as Amaury said, that could be a savings account to you in the future, is currently traded at between $3 and $5. Ludovino, if somebody has been traveling a lot, 70 tons times $5, that's not much. But if these credits reach $100, you've moved from 5 to 100. That's great investment. And these are the benefits of putting it in the blockchain democratization. Who has purchased a carbon credit? Raise your hand. Very few people, right? So if you can do that in a tokenized way where you can buy it on your smartphone, you can only imagine the impact that that's going to have on the global economy. And here, I wanted to bring you a case just to give you an idea of uh, what's happening around the world. In New York, a law was passed. There are several old buildings there, and it gets warm, it gets cold, warm and cold, and these heating and cooling systems are very old, and they generate carbon dioxide in a way that's not complacent, or not compliant with the new environmental rules. So, what is what New York is doing is they're generating a law that will punish the building owners and over $268 per ton of irregular emission. And they're going to have to buy carbon credits to do the offset of the building by 2025 in 3 years. So where are they going to buy these credits from? Well, our intention is that they're going to buy those from Rio and our platform. So thank you. And if you want to learn more about this subject, just download the book using this code. You can also buy it on Amazon, but with that we'd be supporting Jeff Bezos, and this one's for free. Thank you. Now I want to invite Vinicius Santos, who's the business director for Codex. Good morning, and thank you for the invitation. It's great to be here in front of such a great audience. I want to greet Petrobras, BNDES, or partners in our case, done in a partnership with the Ministry of Economy. And basically, this proposal is aligned with the project that we have in a partnership with Sepergi in the state of Rio. The state of Rio de Janeiro is gearing up to have data-oriented public policies, and that's what I'm going to focus on. I want to talk about the use of data and technology in the creation of sustainable public policies. As Nelson said, there are several funding institutions that want to propose and invest resources, but for that, the national and subnational entities need to have adequate indicators and ready to receive that. And I want to share a case of a methodology that's comprised of 14 multilateral banks led by EBIT that implemented this in Brazil. And this is done in a partnership with BNDES. About Codex, I'm a business director, and we work with sanitation and the environment. We basically work with these partners. There are several, among which I want to highlight Inea and Sepergi. The case I'll talk about is the Investments Monitor, an innovation and sustainability process from the Ministry of Economy, where we focus on sustainable structure for Brazil. This is a project in a partnership with the government of the UK, with the IDB, the Ministry of Economy, and Codex. In this proposal, we bring a methodology to assess sustainability of infrastructure projects, where we propose public and private projects in PPP, providing relevant information for the decisions of investors, and also focusing on maturing the fair sustainability criteria for public policies. And all that is segmented into thematic pillars. And our intention is to see this from the perspective not only of the environment, but also of resilient economy, climate change, and etc. And all that is based on the sustainable infrastructure milestone by the IDB. The starting point was the Mexican hub, and following the rationale of the G20 and the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN and the Blue Network, a very significant methodology that connects these dots in the process. It involves four major themes, starting with financial sustainability, with financial returns, implementing the methodology of ROI and social ROI, so financial sustainability and political attributes, climate resilience and the environment, natural disasters, pollution, and the efficient use of natural resources. Social sustainability, a very important criterion, because the it's what surrounds the society and the guardians of the regions where we want to preserve. They need to be the direct beneficiaries of these actions, thinking about poverty and social impact and engagement with communities, human rights, and cultural preservation, as well as institutional sustainability. All that aligned with what we're doing now, aligned with the global and national strategies, governance, and systemic change, as well as the management of effective responsibilities. All that derives from a series of criteria that are studied, and it's 66 attributes. And the Brazilian methodology meets 67. This is the methodological process and specific attributes for Brazil, the elaboration of tiers or a segmentation for states and municipalities to make changes to become adequate to the process, the elaboration of a technical framework, and lastly, the validation with the IDB specialists. Out of the 66 criteria defined by the IDB in 2019, we deal with 57 in Brazil. And these are the criteria that are met. So from the sustainable infrastructure, Brazil meets 49 requirements. And now the IDB is taking this project to Mexico to really implement it for it to become an observatory of sustainable change. This is the vision of the investments monitor and how it works. They're subdivided into panels, and in this panel we have some visualizations. In this case, we're looking at the attributes where we can access all the projects, the BNDES project, where we did a data integration project. We don't replicate information. All of the data come from existing projects and funding networks, and we adjust them and integrate them through web service and other technologies. And there's the sustainability form of each one of these processes. All of the submission processes to capture resources or provide funds to new projects will respect sustainability criteria. And this shows this perspective of the project gathering over 69 themes. We have approximately 938 projects published with 207 dashboards. There's a QR code on the screen if you want to access the platform and learn more about it, and also access information about infrastructure, capital stock, and best international practices in planning and governance. In conclusion, And this is a spoiler shared with my friends Tiago Laranjeiras and Yuri from Saperge Foundation. Today, the state of Rio de Janeiro is also moving towards having a data or data-oriented public project in partnership with Azure, which is a georeferencing provider, and Maxar satellites. So the policies and guidelines and decision-making process, that's all data-driven, as well as setting up a room to create public policies based on data. That's a project by IDE in Rio de Janeiro, where there is a framework with three main blocks: data and knowledge, engagement and interconnection tools, and analyses for decision making. All of the data are centralized with a process of institutional governance where we connect with all of the entities that are going to aggregate these data, the acquisition processes, the ETLs or computing processes, treatment and categorization of these data. We know that the data can be diverse. There are IBG studies that have a certain level of accuracy, and other studies have a different level of accuracy. So we equalize the data to publish the information. All of that is centered around a governance policy and technical standards in a concept that we call IDE, and the engagement tools, our smartphones with several apps, as mentioned by Gabriel. The engagement tools produce and promote data. So all of these data that come from an Uber ride or an iFood order, that data is necessary for the common market, for instance. To give you an idea, a few years ago, several greenhouse gas inventories in Brazil were set up by measuring the gas station fuel pumps. And now we have data that we can bring from Waze and TomTom and other databases where we can really monitor where these transactions are coming from. And then that leads us to green economy, energy, regulatory compliance, water resources, SDG indicators, and public policies moving towards decarbonization. So these are the subjects that the Saperge Foundation discusses, and we then do advanced analysis and data-driven decision-making. This is the framework that we are proposing. We see Rio de Janeiro as a protagonist in that process with a very well-organized technological framework of data, and that's going to be fundamental to implement this negotiation of environmental assets in Rio. Congratulations. So now let's invite Giulio Costelleci, who is the superintendent of BNDES. Good morning. I want to thank the attendees and greet the secretary and all my colleagues. And well, I'm going to talk about what the bank has to do with carbon credit. When we started talking about carbon credit in the bank, many people would ask, well, how is BNDES connected to carbon credits? If you don't know it, I'll do a quick introduction of the bank and what we've been doing. Then I'll talk about the carbon credits. This month, the bank is celebrating its 70th anniversary. It was created with a purpose, and it reinvented itself over time. Around 40 years ago, BNDE became BNDES, with this perspective that the economy and social aspects need to walk hand in hand. And what we see now is that it is impossible to have economic development without social development. That's an advantage. We were already thinking about that 40 years ago, even though I was not there, but Professor Virgilio was, right? But anyway, we were able to do that and to incorporate these two dimensions that are extremely important. So what we did was, it was the first bank to have an environmental unit in Rio 92. No financial institution would talk about the environment back then, and we've always been protagonists in this agenda. So we work with micro and small businesses, production. We work with states and municipalities, and we also, when necessary, we work with emergencies. So these are kind of the boxes of the bank. Carbon credit is connected to the environmental aspects, to infrastructure, but it didn't have an owner. We have a very relevant structure in green economy and social development. 55% of our portfolio is connected to green economy or social development, almost 200 billion reais. We're talking about the recovery of degraded areas and biomes, health, and public security. If you look at our current strategic plan, this year we're focusing on these four major themes: infrastructure, which is classical for banks, micro and small businesses. Very few people know it, but almost 40% of the BNDES portfolio is not direct. It funds financial institutions, which will in turn lend money to small and micro businesses and cooperatives. The SDG agenda, the climate and carbon, that is closely connected in education. And this year, the bank started undertaking many efforts around the education sector. So we don't do that alone, of course. We have several partners in many countries around the world, and for each one of those, we use our strengths. Examples in terms of sustainability: we have partnerships with the British government, the Green Finance Program Brazil, IDFC, which is the lab, Climate Action, UNEP, PHI, and others such as CBDS, the lab, the IDB, and the Brazil Coalition. So these are our partnerships that we use to implement our products and solutions. To give you an idea, from 2015 onwards, we checked all of the fundings provided by the bank, and they avoided the equivalent of around 29 years of emissions by the fleet of cars in São Paulo. So these are the results of the bank for the last 6 years.
Recently, we were evaluated by MUD, and we are the first bank among the three top ones in emerging countries. We are the fourth company in emerging companies in terms of banks as well, and we are in the percentile of the most advanced economies in the world. So our institutional robustness is very big. And where do we need to advance? Sustainability, systems, and processes. This is our focus then for this year, and this is how we get carbon credits. Also, the bank has many goals in terms of sustainability. First of all, helping the country and helping the country achieve its NDCs and Paris agreements commitments, as well as abiding by the SDGs, fostering neutral, productive economy in terms of carbon, and helping companies in this transition because we realize that a lot of companies want to undergo this transition but can't. So we are using products and financial solutions to help companies perform this transition. And uh, our commitments are to enlarge the support to sustainable economies in terms of industries. Many industries are already placing investments towards more environmentally friendly solutions, and we support that fully. I'll show you how. Also contributing to the usage of renewable energies. BNDES was the main financial contributor to wind energy. It was the bank with the largest renewable energy portfolio in the world. This ranking was reviewed. Now we are second, but we used to be the first uh, place because of the case of wind energy in Brazil. It lasted for 10 years and now it's very strong. We have three large pillars for that. The institutional part, we'll go through it very fast because otherwise time wouldn't be enough. And we need to bring resources to the bank. We have our own sources, but we also bring capital from third parties. There is a lot of capital out there in the world that we can bring to Brazil to support that solution. So based on our strength in terms of institution, based on also on our own money and money from third parties, we provide credit, we support funds, non-refundable funds even. So what are we doing in the bank institutionally? We are closing the three scope of emissions inventory of the bank, and scopes 1 and 2 are simple, but 3 is very complicated because of equity and other factors in the bank. And we're also closing a strategy of carbon neutrality to be presented still in this year. So where do the resources come from? We have our own resources, donations also of Norway, Germany, and Petrobras, climate fund from the Ministry of Environment, coming from the royalties used or obtained from oil exploration. And also we have non-refundable sources. We have multilateral agencies together with many other development funds and other institutions, as you can see on the screen. And we are launching on a market green bonds. We were the first bank in Brazil to launch green bonds. And what are the solutions that help the companies to go through this transition? I won't go into detail, but you have an idea from the top, like credits and guarantee services, non-refundable operations and equities, and investment funds. I have few examples for you here. We launched a product called Credit SG. It aims at supporting companies to perform this transition. They have an interest rate from the beginning, and if they reach those targets, the interest rate drops. So it's an encouragement for the company to grow, because if they meet the targets, they will have less interest. And then the the targets are, for instance, reducing greenhouse gases emissions by a certain percentage and other items. Also, thinking about carbon credits, we have three pillars. We need to take action at the offer, at the demand, and we need to help the business environment. This was widely discussed here in previous speeches. The federal government has been trying to do that, and in the Congress, we have a discussion about the bill on a regulated market, and the federal government announced via decree that they are interested in having carbon credits for the market. So taking a look at those solutions we have here to offer, so we want to generate carbon credits, right? And how do we do that? We run a program in the end of last year, and we expected to have around 60 million. We have now 670 million, our main partner being the government of Rio de Janeiro, the water agency, and Petrobras. So what is the idea here? To restore biomes from Mata Atlântica and Cerrado with the generation of carbon credits. So the donors, they help us to reforest, but they also take carbon credits as a counterpart for their actions. And we still have openings for this program, 5 million reais being the minimum ticket. So those companies are already part of our initiative. The government is our biggest partner so far, but you have all types of companies here, like beer company, etc., protein, energy, etc. Another important product is the climate fund. It stems from oil participation, and this fee wasn't very big because our fees in Brazil were very low, but the rates now are 1% per year. So if a company wants to have their carbon inventory done, they will have a line of credit with BNDES, and they will be paying back very slowly at very low rates, and the scope is always reducing greenhouse gases emissions. When it comes to services, we are thinking about creating 46 parks and 19 forests, or reestablishing them, and that's 13 million hectares. The bank is funding 500 million of them. So we've had a relevant part in the offer of carbon credits, right? So now we're taking a look at demand. How do you buy carbon credit? How do you account for that? What is it? It used to be it is a financial asset now. Didn't used to be in the past. People didn't even know how to account for that, how to buy it, how to sell it. We did a pilot call. 5 companies were selected with projects from reduction of deforestation. There you have the companies. Biofilica, sustainable carbon. Revita, for instance, is presenting a project with carbon credits associated to the production of energy via methane, and Tembisi is for urban bicycles and urban mobility, therefore promoting the reduction of greenhouse gases. My last slide. Now, this project, the pilot project, operates in the offer, the demand, and the institutional parts. We are working with many groups. So you have CVM, B3, multilateral agencies, banks, because we have to operate in many fronts here. Taxonomy, certification, if certification is viable for Brazilian regulations, because those are international certifications, pricing, regulatory aspects, business aspects, business platforms, and the bank has been operating strongly towards all that. And I think we're going to get that out there in the market very soon. Last but not least, if you're interested, uh, we have a website detailing a lot of information that I didn't have the opportunity to present here. Thank you very much. Well, now we will listen to Viviana Coelho, the Executive Manager for Climate Change at Petrobras. Thank you, Professor. I greet my fellow panelists, and I would like to thank the authorities for the opportunity to be here. I'm very happy, really, to be here because I see many students, and those are going to be the people leading the 2030, 2050 agendas that we are always discussing. Let's reflect about energy. Rio de Janeiro is a state which is extremely productive in terms of energy. It is a state that is the crib, the headquarters of Petrobras, and energy is something which is key for our lives. We reflect very little about how life quality and current values depend on energy. We have 150 years of energetic expansion, and when we ask questions to society and people are asked about the future, well, there is a great convergence in values from people expecting like safety or certain items related to life quality, and there is a great convergence in renounces as well. People are capable of renouncing to certain elements in their lives if they see clearly that there are values to be accomplished. There is one thing that in such surveys people won't let go of, one of them being energy. So when people imagine their lives in 20 years, overall, they think that they will be using energy more than they do nowadays. So even like an ambulance needs energy, traveling requires energy. Anyway, everything in our society is based on energetic expansion. And with oil and gas, it's not different in the sense that it corresponds to over half of the energy that is consumed by the world. It's about 55% of the entire world energy that's coming from oil and gas. And then we talk about emissions. Oil and gas correspond to around 35-40% of all emissions in the world. So whenever we are discussing energy and oil and gas, we are necessarily discussing emissions as well. So where else do emissions come from? Land use, agricultural processes, food processes, changes in land use, deforestation, and the non-energy uh, industry. So nowadays, our profile is totally different from the rest of the world. For, uh, in the world, 80% of emissions are associated to energy. In Brazil, just 30. Why? Because our energy is highly decarbonized. Brazil has the second most decarbonized energy at G20. So the group with the biggest nations in the world. The country that comes first is France, but not because they have more renewables, but because they have a lot of nuclear power plants. So when we discuss that, the first thing I would like all of you to realize is that although we produce oil at a very high level, a country that produces about 2.5% of the oil in the world, we have an extremely decarbonized energy. So all products manufactured in Brazil, for instance, the slide clicker, if it's manufactured in Brazil, it has a chance of having issued half or even less of the carbon that it could have released if it were manufactured anywhere else. And that's why it's so important for the carbon market to exist and to be acknowledged. Because now, if I buy this clicker, I don't know if it has caused more or less emissions. But if you have cleaner energy, you will also have content with a lower rate of carbon. So how do we tackle that at Petrobras? First of all, let's start with the basics. Oil and gas will exist for decades. Uh, Sometimes we think, shouldn't we rule out oil and gas to have clean energy? Well, this doesn't mean eliminating the companies which operate oil and gas. It means rethinking energy overall, because nowadays there is no immediate replacement for ambulances and cars and trucks, etc. And the replacement sources cost 3 times as much as the fuel that we use nowadays. So when we talk about transitioning from oil and gas, uh, when we talk about oil and gas, it's 100 million barrels, 50% of the energy of the world. 30 trillion consumers need to change their lives to uh, use a different source of fuel. So, if this transformation doesn't happen worldwide, if we stop manufacturing oil, people won't ever have energy. If you need an ambulance right now, you need to use an ambulance that uses gasoline because there is no other fuel available. So that's the first reflection. Yes, there is a forecast of reducing oil and gas operations in the world, but abiding by the Paris Agreement, that means reaching the mechanisms of climate control. And in 2050, we will still have 40 to 50 billion of oil barrels in the world. Is it the same oil that we use nowadays? Well, probably not. Probably it's a type of oil produced in a much more responsible manner. Only the best oil in the world will be able to follow through with the market reformulation. But in a world that meets the targets of the Paris Agreement, you keep the amount of level of production that you have nowadays. And that's the case of Rio de Janeiro, where you're meeting our targets in oil exploration and manufacturing. Okay, so when the market starts decreasing, who will be um manufacturing? Those with lower costs and emissions. Just for you to have a notion, for every barrel manufactured in the world, you're launching 17 to 20 kilos of emissions into the atmosphere. So pre-salt launches only 10. Let's say that I stop manufacturing pre-salt today. The next day, we would have much more pollution going out into the air because we would have a different manufacturer producing that oil. So we have competitive advantage. Oil is a global market. So we have more efficient producers and less efficient producers. If we are efficient producers, we are actually promoting a reduction in emissions compared to buying from other suppliers. And that's the niche that we use as a strategic plan for our company. Manufacturing oil, but manufacture it with less emissions than other types of oil. I always get the question, oh, but the emissions from oil manufacturing is much lower than the emissions from cars that use oil products. In fact, that's true. Manufacturing issues less emissions. But is that so much relevant. If all oil in the world nowadays were manufactured or emission free, it would correspond to eliminating 50% of all cars and planes and vessels and trucks driving around the world. It's not irrelevant, and it's much faster for us to start manufacturing decarbonized oil than eliminating 50% of the oil or sorry, cars and trucks and all other vehicles that exist. So there is no contradiction in thinking of being a low carbon oil manufacturer because the oil will be manufactured and consumed by the world. And if we do not manufacture it with low emissions, it will be manufactured with higher emissions. And Petrobras was mentioned often here. Petrobras invests in many funds for forests, conservation initiatives through licensings. Anyway, oil, it corresponds to 50% of Europe's tax collections. So oil pays taxes, oil finances things, oil supplies energies and pays taxes and fees and operates very safely. So why is it important to manufacture low carbon oil? Well, oil funds things, including the very energetic transition. And again, last year, for instance, we had a water crisis, and gas helped us to work well. And nowadays, we don't have the water crisis anymore, and Petrobras plants are now shut down because we don't need gas. Um, uh, we know that we have gas plants in case we have water scarcity. How does Petrobras contribute to energy transition? Well, first of all, low carbon funding. It also funds the state overall. So imagine you manufacture oil and then you have a lot of money coming from that. Those who don't manufacture oil, they won't gain as much money. So those who manufacture oil do not have the same transition options or transaction options than those who don't manufacture oil. Because when you are manufacturing oil, if you choose for transition, you're not making a decision about the revenue because you just need the product. But if you're the oil manufacturer and if you're offering that benefit, uh, the CO2, where I reduce it at the production plant, at the car, or at a bus anyway. Or if I'm building a subway system, because now I'll need less buses now that I have subway system. The important thing is to clean out CO2 from the atmosphere, and removing CO2 with the lowest cost possible is beneficial to society. That's the type of approach that we need, and the market allows us to have it because if it's cheaper for us to have like an oil-based ambulance and buying credits from other reductions, if that's cheaper than replacing all ambulances, then maybe it's better for society than having a more expensive type of transportation. Uh, so 10% of our initiatives have to be of low carbon, and we need to have social environmental projects on forests corresponding to 3% of the Brazilian territory, no less than that. So how do we work at Petrobras? We have a transparency axis. We have a document called Climate notebook, which I encourage you all to read. It explains our products, our emissions in detail, how we plan to be in the next 50 years, actually. And BNDES was talking about encouragement for companies to create an inventory. We have created one of the first inventories in the oil and gas industry in 2002. This was certified by a third party. So we are reducing our carbon emissions and we are developing new business as well. Why do we do that? Uh, Oil is still going to be out there. We will need more energy. The population will grow, and energy needs to become more available. How? By using other sources of energy. And Petrobras is looking into that, which other sources of energy we could invest in. We have a neutral carbon program which supports the ambition that Petrobras has of being carbon neutral in a deadline that is compatible with the Paris Agreement. So we reduced our emissions by 21% already, and we issue less than half of the emissions per barrel manufactured since 2009. So it's the sharpest reduction in emissions in the world when it comes to oil manufacturing. Our refineries also improved in emission levels, and we launched this neutral carbon process that works with excellence in disruption with $2 billion in resource, 2.8 actually, to support the company to operate without emissions, so to be carbon neutral. Does it mean that it's not going to issue at all? No, it's still going to issue, but minimum levels possible, and it's going to be compensated by credits used at a certain point. So it's going to be $2.8 billion associated to that, and a fund of decarbonization of $248 million aiming at accelerating technology. We know that Petrobras has many awards when it comes to technology. Uh, for instance, manufacturing technology to work with the pre-salt reserves, and now we do the same thing for carbon. We say we need to develop the technology to make our ambition viable, as we do for all segments in our production process. I'm almost done here. We have an approach that we call portfolio approach. Here, as you can see, there are over 200 options that were raised to be able to reduce Petrobras's emissions. So emissions are low. What you see in blue, it reduces emissions and still brings money to the company, and what is below above the zero line still has costs for the company, but we aim at decreasing those costs thanks to new technologies. Our roadmap, so 21% less emissions and less methane. Brazil's commitment is to reduce 30% by 2050. Petrobras has already decreased 50% until nowadays, and then also having less emissions in exploration and production and refining. And we think of long-term targets 2030, 2050, yes, but we need to be as fast as possible, because if I reduce 1 million a year for 20 years, it's the same or even better effect than having 20 million reduction in one single year in 20 years. We have governance to evaluate our possibilities of diversification. This allows us to choose which businesses have synergy with Petrobras. So recently, we announced the partnership that we now have with wind energy that we're assessing. We have advanced biofuels commercial plans. especially biofuels for aviation, which require a very high level of quality and that we're able to manufacture with our conversion at refineries. And that was the message that I wanted to convey to you. The message that also in the energy industry, we have a very differentiated profile, even while manufacturing oil with less emissions than other manufacturers in the world. This type of competitive advantage pays pays for performance, and we need financial instruments for that and also product labeling so that we can in fact see where the competitive advantage of the products is.
Our next speaker is Dr. Ludovino Lopes. Good morning. I'm sorry, I'm the last speaker standing between you and lunch. Well, I'm from the legal side of things, and I'd like to ask you, who wants to become a lawyer or study law? Only two people in the audience. Or economics, engineers, sociologists, biologists. Very good. Okay, first I want to congratulate the government of Rio de Janeiro, represented by Secretary Nelson. I want to congratulate them on the event, on the courage, and on the disruption. You need disruption to approach this subject. I've known Dr. Paulo Bertazio for quite a few years now, so congratulations on the capacity to keep your focus. And this is like Professor Givon said, the capacity to create instruments for the market. So this knowledge and the courage that we have in Rio de Janeiro can be decisive to change part of history. So I'd like you to become aware of that because it might be simple. It might seem simple, the fact that we're here in a small event, but what we're building here may change the course of the future. I like this sentence by Franklin Roosevelt that says that sometimes we cannot build the future for the youth, but we can build youth for our future. So you, wearing a green shirt, you are this window of the future in the present. So please, you should structure this construction. It needs to be done. So I will cover part of the law and part of non-law related subjects, since not all of you, or very few of you, are lawyers. The first concept is that in 1820 we had 1 billion people on the planet. That with 35 years ago with Kennedy, we had 3.5 billion people on the planet. Today, do you know how many people we have on the planet? 7.7, almost 8 billion people on the planet. In 10 years, we're going to have something in the range of 9, and by 2050, we're going to have 10 billion people on the planet. The city of Rio de Janeiro will see a significant increase in the number of people. The challenges to public administration will be huge. the water requirements and a series of other resources are going to be huge. The pressure on energy consumption is going to increase. So that is the future that you're going to have to manage, because I'm going to be at the beach, hopefully, in a few years. So this ecologic footprint, the Earth is a spaceship that's floating in space with limited resources, limited water, land. So we have to manage resources. Part of this is linked to forests or land, fishing, and other structures. So when you think about what you drink, what you eat, and what you wear, all of that is biodiversity. We drink biodiversity, we eat biodiversity, we wear biodiversity, and we move around using biodiversity. And that's what we're talking about. If you look at this map, what do you think it means? The areas in red are the areas where the planet's natural resources are being consumed, have been consumed, and are being consumed from elsewhere on the planet. The areas in green are those with some capacity in terms of natural resources that may provide these resources to other regions. If you think about this map, if you look at it, it might change the equation from an economic standpoint. By analyzing this map, in the north of the US, there's something called Canada, right? Where there's lots of forests. And there are lots of forests in Russia. But biodiversity compared to our biodiversity is completely different. You can see in Africa, you certainly know some of these places in Africa. And at the bottom, in Oceania and Australia, and a few other countries, if you add the places with native forest, we have Congo, Indonesia, and Brazil, and Latin America. If you think about the availability of environmental assets to the world, when it comes to the use of land and forests, you cannot find a solution if you don't bring Brazil on board. And when Nelson told us that this is where the answer is, the capacity of evolution of this map that's structured here. So when we think about how we have to regulate these things, and we were talking about the regulatory aspects and how it's going to influence this, I want to take a trip to the past very quickly with you so that we can understand how this happens from a legal standpoint. Do you remember in the Ses Marias, the land belonged solely to the king, and the nobles had access to land by concession. And if the king felt like they would cut the noble's head off and reverse the land use. It was only 200 years ago that we saw the creation of the concept of private property with the Napoleon Code. So we had to live up until 200 years ago to have this concept of private property. And when you have this concept of private property, the concept that was created according to the Code of Napoleon, it was a full concept. But lately we created the social function of property, which is limiting and structuring the use of our assets that are connected to our lands above and below ground. When we find oil, that's below ground. In terms of agriculture, that's above ground. And now we talk about a new set of assets that had no value in the past. And the challenge of creating legal mechanisms for these assets will give you the right to trade these things and to have economic value through legal models that will structure social relations between companies, citizens, and they'll be embedded in the structure of society. And this is where I went to Nepal a few years ago, and I buy all of the constitutions of the places that I go to. That's a habit, just because I'm a lawyer. And the constitution of Nepal, they have this concept of environmental service and carbon. It has become a constitutional concept. So what happened with the enforcement of the Paris Agreement is a conceptual change. Because what the agreement says is that moving forward, we are going to derive our economies to consecrate the equation from a rationale of future development. And this is not the future, this is a given. 2 weeks ago, Europe was discussing the border adjustments, which are the products that can't be traded, or if traded, they'll charge higher fees due to their carbon density. Dr. Viviani talked about the competitive advantages, and what we're talking about is not the future, I'm sorry. It's today, it's the present. So this concept of carbon has been developed for many years now, and you were the birthplace of that when Dr. Nelson said that this happened 30 years ago in Rio. It's not by chance that it's coming back to Rio. So the UN and the legislations, the World Trade Organization discussing the list of environmental assets that will be traded on the planet. And you see the carbon density will be fundamental for products. That's one of the essential items of the agenda. Sustainable development and the Millennium Goals. All of us should study that to define how you can contribute to that. And one thing called fair trade. That's one of the drivers of the future development of our society. So all that's been leading our legislation to a certain place, and we are already at the place. I also brought this map with 248 markets of biodiversity of water and carbon in the world. You may ask me, well, Ludovino, you're talking about biodiversity and the credits and water and so on and so forth, and that's the future. It doesn't exist, I'm sorry. If you check the ecosystem marketplace, you're going to see the reports of all of these markets. The 248 markets in the world that trade these assets. Yesterday, I was talking to Tony, and I was telling him that the biodiversity market in the US today is larger than the carbon market that exists. It's not like we're making this up. In Illinois, they have an environmental record of all the assets: water, biodiversity, carbon, land, and that is with us already. I also brought another example. Alex brought the example of the structure of New York. NASDAQ has a biotechnology index already. Who made the comment about, well, it was Amari. He talked about biotechnology. Today's world is a world where we can't produce soy. Beef, wood, carbon, water, biodiversity, biocosmetics, biomedicine, bioproducts, and biomedics. Have you heard about it? 1, 2, 3. I'm going to give you an example. I'll try to be quick. 2 more minutes, please. The wings of a butterfly, there's no ink in them. There are crystals in them. You can make clothes following the same principles. You no longer need to use ink. The shark skin is self-cleaning. We can build a building in the future whose walls can follow the same principle as that of shark skin. Nature has 3 trillion years of research and development. We've only just arrived. So if the planet Earth had been around for 24 hours, do you know for how long we'd be here? 15 minutes. In 24 hours, we'd have been here for 15 minutes. We forgot about the genetic wealth of research and development that nature has undertaken along these 3 trillion years. So how can we appreciate that from a legal standpoint? There's a conceptual confusion between ecosystemic services, environmental services, carbon credit, and what's one thing and what's another. Okay, let's say the following. Brazil is the natural capital of natural capital. If you look at natural capital, there are natural resources. And under natural resources, we can have environmental products and services. Environmental products go to ICMS, right? Regulated by the state. And environmental services go where? ISS. Who regulates that? Municipalities. The legal nature of this asset will determine the way the wealth will flow. If it's a product or an ISMS, if it's a service, the way the wealth flows is going to be different. So we have ecosystemic services that are different from environmental services. And I want you to think about that clearly. Ecosystemic services are services provided by nature without human interference. So we need to provide environmental services which are provided by humans to maintain or improve the ecosystem services. And you have a business that you can pay. And it's from that perspective that we're discussing today how we can build value for you, how we can build value for each citizen so that you, as youngsters, can contribute sustainable actions that can be compensated. There is a challenge though. One thing is for you to say that I'm going to be sustainable, and another different thing is to say that you're going to be sustainable and be acknowledged for that. I think that you need to be recognized by that, whether it is through a standard that we're going to come up with. Your actions need to be recognized, and if these standards and these methodologies can say that if you don't buy a certain carbon intensive product to choose another less carbon intensive products, that you're rewarded for that, that you're compensated for that, and that we can create a friendly competition for that to happen. It's not enough to build a society where we do that just to change, but we need to promote change. And you're the triggers of that change. And this is where we have to focus on, I think. Another thing that's different from ecosystemic services and environmental services are carbon credits. And what's the difference? Well, a carbon credit only exists because you buy a set of activities and procedures according to a scientific methodology that gives me the right to ask to request the emission of a specific bond on a platform, like Alex just said. And it's this scientific recognition that gives me the right to the carbon credit bond. We can reduce emissions due to our activities, but that is not to say that I have carbon credits. The credit is only born, and it only happens if I buy these requirements. The fact that I own land does not mean that I will have carbon credits. Rather, when I buy a certain group of principles, I can request the issuance of those credits on a platform. And this is a new society where standards dictate how much things are worth. These new standard models became the rule of the game now. And this is where we need to have a discussion about what can be applied to Brazil's tropical forests in each of these changes. So we need to define that. There's the carbon credits, mandatory, and so on and so forth. And my last discussion is that, well, Brazil has a regulation, possibly one of the most advanced in the world. The only thing we don't have yet is the regulated carbon market, but we have it all. We have a national code of environmental services. We have a legally defined idea of what carbon services are, and we have the structure to make that happen. We also have defined our target for the future. That's in the Paris Agreement. So what do we have to do? We need to create a transition matrix. We need to create the matrix from today up until 2050. So are you going to wake up on January 1st, 2050, where half of the world is going to be decarbonizing and the other half is going to be carbonizing? Is it going to be like a balance? Well, I don't know. Many people will be able to do their homework, and other people will get lost along the way. So who's going to lead that? Well, it's you. All of you wearing green shirts. So, carbon credits. Item 27 of Article 3 of the Forest Code. Intangible asset, tradable intangible asset. It's a bond that's registered in Alex's electronic platform. The stock market of Rio de Janeiro will have that, the electronic platform. And recently, with Ordinance 518 of 2020, the government created the concept of public and private volunteer markets, opening up the possibility of governments being able to build this mechanism. So, is this mechanism important? Yes, it's fundamental because the creation and the composition of our goal for the Paris Agreement involves the discussion of subnationals and the other entities of the country. This structure must be jointly discussed. What's the responsibility of the government of Rio or Sao Paulo or Amazonas or Acre? Jose Luis is here today coming from Acre, and he knows how that works over there. So this structure will be required to build this for the future and how each one of the sectors will participate. On May 19th in Rio de Janeiro, where there was an event in the Botanical Garden, the government published a new decree where the carbon credit, well, who knows what a Pokemon is? The carbon credit went from Pokemon to Digimon. What does that mean? It means that it does many other things because it has evolved. And the carbon credits became both a financial and an environmental asset. So what's that about? We talked about custody. Now we have a huge responsibility. If it's an environmental and a financial asset, we have a whole set of new liabilities, which is to say that we've changed the level of our carbon credits, and we'll have to change all of our carbon contracts as of now, because it's no longer an intangible asset. It's rather a financial asset with a whole new set of new regulations and compliance and whatnot. Bring that into the financial structure, and BNDES is going to be one of the fundamental aspects to build that. So it's a transferable financial asset, including the deposits and so on and so forth, okay? And the decree brought about another environmental innovation. And Brazil can do this. Article 11 says that Inea, which is the registration agency, can register the carbon footprint of products, processes, and activities, like we said before. So the regulatory process of a cookie manufacturer plant or a furniture plant or a milk production plant, they can start the process of registering products, processes, and activities. And the importance of that is that when we export soy to the European Union, we can tell our ecologic footprint because it's going to be recorded and managed here, and it's going to go into the World Trade Organization, and we can show them that. The carbon of native vegetation, that's interesting, our preservation units, and our legal reserve surpluses, carbon in soil, that's agriculture. The mineralization and the fixation of this carbon in the land. Blue carbon, our maritime biome and how much we can do. Guanabara Bay, for instance. The carbon stock unit. So what I wanted to say to you is that the Brazilian legislator has advanced a lot, even though some discussions have occurred via decree. This would take a 2-day discussion. But anyway, let's do this together and let's decarbonize our economies and our societies, okay? Thank you.
Well, after this brilliant exposition, it's difficult to add anything. But in an attempt to link the legal aspect with the economic aspect, me and Ludovino always have heated arguments about it. And since there are many young people here today, I would like to call your attention to the relevance of how those two areas of knowledge live together, economy and law. Economically thinking, uh, people have heard of it, but they don't give enough attention sometimes. For instance, how do human beings make decisions? We are talking about Rio plus 30, saying that we need to do a major effort in terms of carbon reduction, but Rio 92 happened exactly for that purpose so many years ago. So why are we trying to catch up with something that was agreed upon a long time ago? I know that lack of awareness is not the issue. I know that young people are very much aware of the need to take care of the country, but the decision-making process doesn't depend only on consciousness or valuation. It also depends on something called prices, relative prices. And once you go into a productive process, balances of costs and opportunities and relative profitabilities, what is going to margin your decisions. You can have all types of levels of awareness in the world, but if your project isn't profitable, you don't get funds to invest in it. And there comes carbon credits. Carbon credits become an item of revenue of the projects that will generate carbon credits. So it will increase the cash flow for those projects, and they will be therefore more profitable in terms of incorporating additional defense. So if you ask me, why does the decision-making process didn't work? Well, because the carbon market didn't work appropriately, and that's the connection with law. Why didn't it work? Because lawyers didn't study economy. That's why. And that's the problem, because if they had studied economy, they would have noticed that economists, they defend agility on information to form prices, but environmental problems don't allow the market to operate. And that's something that the businesses are different. For instance, it's when a factory pollutes a river, and then all neighboring communities suffer because the river was polluted. So the factory is generating an externality. Why don't we see a market there? Like, factory, I'll give you so much money not to pollute anymore. Well, because there is a huge cost associated, and no one knows whom the river belongs to, the factory or the society. So if lawyers and economists came together and said, well, there is an externality factor, let's regulate it and try to find ways to uh, find a way to control it, the market will pop up very quickly. And that's what we see happening today. It's a unique opportunity, but we will need very important information for that. And given the technology that nowadays allows us to issue assets with blockchain technology, for instance, and assets which are based on concrete things, concrete environmental assets, it will be very important for us to have regulation at a global level. And by that I mean the UN regulation pays close attention to the regulation of the assets that were basic to issuing tokens. We have a concept that all of you know that pertains to forest carbon called RED Plus, or reduction of emissions from deforestation, degradation. And that plus that you see there means the preservation projects. So I think that there is an urgent need, above all from Brazil, to put pressure on systems so that the regulation of those assets is explicit and differentiated. One is measured by decrease of emissions per year. It's a flow. And the other is a stock of trees. It's basically a stock. So there must be ingenuity to transform a stock in a flow in a way that this asset can cover the costs of the land where the forest is standing. So this dating between the legal ability of designing and defending, and also having the perfect description or connection between assets and economy and law is very important. I know you're starving, so I won't be long. But I would like to talk to BNDES and Petrobras very briefly. I have good news for them. BNDES said that they intend to act on the side of offer and demand of carbon credits. So, Brazil, when it comes to offer, may greatly benefit from a consistent, aggressive politics from BNDES, not only when it comes to funding planted forest, also developing protected areas, but above all, and the president at BNDES actually asked for a proposal in that sense, and we presented it to him. Anyway, a proposal to measure the entire reduction of the deforestation of the entire Amazon. So just for you to have an idea, this methodology has been developed, it exists, it's ready. The computer software is ready, and the Amazon is mapped pixel by pixel. So yeah, it is possible to generate a volume of credits of reduction in emissions based on jurisdictions per state in the Amazon as a whole in less than 6 months. So that's on the side of the offer. And you people from BNDES have to delve into proposals that exist there, because you can really boost the states in the sense that they generate those assets at state level. Another item which is very important, and both Petrobras and other companies may operate as future credit demanders. Well, there is a way to operate in this market which is very appropriate for institutions as big as Petrobras. Imagining that such a market will work and that there will be a proper price formation process, a fantastic thing, especially for BNDES, would be that instead of acquiring titles, which would involve spending money and people would want to buy that cheap, credit owners want to sell expensive. So it's a development bank. Why won't they pay my price? It's the struggle that we usually have. Maybe the solution for that would be to have a market of sales options for the students here. There are markets which are more sophisticated than buying and selling. It's basically the following. I give you the right to sell me your carbon credit today, tomorrow, the day after, in 2022, 2023, 2024, 25, etc. Anyway, you're generating a project, uh, and I give you the right to sell me credits every year. And I pay $10 for those credits. And then you'll say, well, that's very cheap. I want to sell it by 10. And I say, I'm giving you the right to sell it to me by 3. You don't need to sell it to me by 3 because the market is at 20. You can sell it to the market, but you have the right to sell it to me at 3. And if you have this right, you can borrow money at any bank because you have a futures receivable flow which is insured by BNDES. And BNDES hasn't spent a single cent for that. They generate a link between a carbon market and a finance market, which is possibly the most important thing to be created because the company people who will be in this market will need resources to invest, and in their future projects they could be selling carbon, and through selling carbon, through acquiring the right to sell, they can create a receivables flow and have credit in the market. So that's very interesting, and I think that Petrobras itself could also create their own funds in that sense, because if they need to buy credit in the future, or if they make this decision, what is the problem of buying it for $3? It's a way of making sure that you'll have credit in the future if the market doesn't work well, without removing benefits from the producer, which is the higher goal. Well, I think that's it. Let's allow you to have a good meal because we have a lot to cover in the afternoon. Okay, now we have a closure for this panel. I would like to thank everyone's participation, and we will be back here in 1 hour. It's a small break for lunch, and in 1 hour we'll be here full of energy for another 2 amazing panels in the afternoon. Thank you once again for being here and for those following us on YouTube. Feel free to chat for a few more minutes because we're waiting for
Good afternoon, everybody. We're starting the second half of the day. If you were not here for the morning session, that's not a problem because the communications team will make the video available on the Inea channel on YouTube. 30 years ago, we had the first conference of the United Nations on the environment and sustainable development. Back at the time, the UN Secretary General announced to the world the identity that would be recognized by everybody as the soul of society, whose existence would mean the creation of a new citizenship and an ethics of survival. The spirit of Rio, as the Secretary General himself said, brought about an authentic ecologic commitment and the fight for supported development in a reparation between humankind and nature. The government then proposed to the entire society Rio 2030, a platform bringing together the academia, international organizations, the business sector, and the organized society on behalf of sustainable economic development through a joint action plan that's collaborative for 2030. That is why we're here today in the Environment Week, 30 years after Rio 92. Now I'd like to invite to the stage to speak about the opportunities and challenges for sustainable economic growth in Rio. Mr. Nicola Miccioni, the moderator of this panel, Ms. Beatriz Luz, the professor at the School of Law, Rio de Janeiro, coordinator of biodiversity, and representative of the state government in the Technical Committee on Biodiversity, and a member of the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, Francisco Carrera. And the coordinator of the Latin American and Caribbean Network, UNEP, who will be joining us virtually, Ms. Maria Eugenia Taborda. And the director of Industrial Development of Cojin, Fernanda Coelho. Now we'll give the floor to the moderator of this panel, Ms. Beatriz Luz. Hello, it's a pleasure to be here with you, moderating this panel with very rich discussions. And without further ado, I'd like to invite our secretary to open our panel and for some initial words. I think we have a video to show first, right? We have lots of young people in the audience. How many of you have opened up your tap in your house to find out that there was no water on that day? More than half of you. How frequent is that? It happens twice a week, 4 or 5 times a month. Is that rare? So, can you imagine for each person in Brazil, there's 2 smartphones, and wherever we go, there's 3G, 4G, 5G now. Wherever we go, there's internet, and still a large portion of the audience still wakes up to taps with no water 3 to 4 times per week. And this is unprecedented as lack of care from the public power with one of the most important things for the population, which is water. And this process that was conducted by the governor and the secretaries who are with us, the only goal is to comply with the law and the Constitution that say that citizens are entitled to an honored life that includes transportation, sanitation, and health. In 2004, we approved the legal framework of sanitation. Brazil has several important infrastructures such as roads, telecoms, ports, several infrastructures in the country that we have access to. Telecoms, for instance, we all have access to this. You turn on your TV, there's the cable service. People usually have at least 50 channels on their TVs, but the framework says that 99% of the population should be served by water distribution, and over 90% should have access to treated sewage. These investments usually occur underground. They aren't seen. And therefore, they wouldn't generate votes during elections. And that left them obscured for many years. So this legal framework of sanitation is here to make sure that the population will have access to what the law provides for. People need to have access to water. There are municipalities in Rio de Janeiro state where only 4% of the population has access to treated sewage. The average in the state is below 50%. There were many people who would criticize the concession of sanitation, saying that we would privatize water and its distribution. And my question is, when somebody falls ill because of a disease caused by water in poor conditions, do you ask yourself if the disease is public or private? Do you ask yourself if the drug that is going to be used to cure the disease came from a public or private lab, or do you take the drug because the drug is required and you fall ill because you drank water in poor conditions? The emission of public power was so huge that even if we wanted for the private power to take on all of the costs involved in the universalization of access, that wouldn't be possible. Only the combination of public and private sector will lead us to this universal access, and that is why SEDAI, as a distributor of sewage services, had part of its services granted to the private initiative, and part of them maintained at SEDAI. To make things clear, SEDAI is still here, 100% public, and still produces water. The water that leaves the Guandu River, which is a spectacular project from the 1970s, which accounts for supplying water to most of the metropolitan area of Rio de Janeiro, and they're still responsible for producing water or receiving water from the rivers, treating it, and distributing it through private companies. Uh, the sewage collection and treatment is done by private companies as well, and they charge that to the population, and Tadai gets paid for selling water to the companies. As is the case with electricity, there is a production and a distributor pays the producer. This model allowed SEDAI as a state-owned company and the state of Rio de Janeiro to keep the monopoly of water production, which is to say that we haven't sold such an important asset as water, and allowed for the private sector to make these investments to cater to the needs of 13 million people, of 32 billion reais. Of course, the state and the municipalities wouldn't be able to invest that to provide universal access before 2033, so that people can have the right to turn on their taps and get water from their taps or shower heads. That's something that won't happen overnight, of course. That's a process that started a few months ago, and it's a process that requires investments and time. It left Guanabara Bay polluted, and it's a process that required investments in the depollution of Guanabara Bay and of the lakes and the Jacarepaguá and Baja areas. They're so full of sediments and waste that a place that should be 5 meters deep is just 1 meter deep now because it's full of organic components. And that's why the alligators are there, right? Because they're after organic components. It's just not natural for them to be there. They wouldn't like to be there, but it's the human beings that are directly influencing the disorganization of nature. So, cleaning and treating these lakes will allow nature to do something that it's very good at, which is to renew itself. When most of the sewage is no longer thrown into the Guanabara Bay due to the renovation of the water currents, the bay will heal itself. And in 11 years, we'll have these targets to fulfill, and in a shorter period, these environmental items will be renewed. And there's this relationship where we all win. The population will have access to high quality treated water. Nature will be better taken care of. The required investments will be made because they're mandatory. And why is it that the companies will make these investments? Well, because they'll only be able to charge the population for the services if they deliver the product. You can't charge for water if you don't deliver it. So there are control mechanisms that allow services to be completed. Currently, approximately only 0.5% of the population has access to the social utilities fee, which is a lower fee that's charged from part of the population. So it's going to be increased to 5% of the population, and they'll have access to water. And due to specific reasons, because of where they live or because of their individual conditions, they'll pay less. The companies guarantee that this social fee will be charged of approximately 10% of the population, and this making these services universal will not represent an increase in the charges. We won't see any bumps in the prices because that's guaranteed by contract. There were some contracts where the contract would provide for a price increase based on the general price index. And during COVID time, that was adjusted to 25%. So you could take the railroad and the subway and the bus fares and adjust it by an additional 25%. The state has been reviewing these contracts, and we've been seeing that these contracts that were signed 10 or 15 years ago are not always adequate. So in this process, we made sure that there will be no increase in the real fees. And here we see an important aspect, which is the generation of job positions. The three companies that were contracted for the service have opened over 7,000 job positions in the state of Rio de Janeiro. SEDAI still has over 5,000 employees. Many people used to say that with the concession, the state of Rio de Janeiro would sell its golden eggs chicken. But SEDAI continues to be a company that's 100% public, so I believe that the chicken's gotten fatter because it's still providing its services with a specific focus on water production. We haven't, this year, we haven't heard about Jasmine, and that's not because of natural actions, but that was the result of actions undertaken by the government that worked to avoid this type of phenomenon. And we didn't have that this year. We focused on management. Argea, they're close by, and they hired most of their employees from the Providencia community. I visited some communities that would say that they were afraid that the public service will never get there, and the contract says that most of the public resources must be reinvested in the slums. Somebody told me that they never imagined that they would see their sewage collected. They'd be happy enough if they had access to running water 3 times a week at least. That's degrading to a point that we can't imagine. And usually this process was criticized by the labor unions that basically protect employees, and their agenda is biased towards protecting jobs and not the population. And most of the unions, if I ask somebody that lives in the wealthiest parts of the city, if they have shortage of water, of course, they'll say that never happens. That only happens on the outskirts of the city. And there are certain municipalities where only 4% has access to waste collection. And with these services, at least 90% will be collected. So it was just easy to continue with the existing process, much easier to leave things as they were. It was not easy to face a process when we had to procure modeling from an advisory and perform 3,000 technical visits. And, it's much easier to leave things as they are. And we faced this moment that I consider disruptive, that changes the paradigms of a society, but that will have an impact on generations. And, well, in conclusion, somebody living in an area without access to sanitation on average lives 10 years less than somebody with access to sanitation services. And they get paid 50% less. Their properties are worth 50% less than what we did with the concession and with the contract and with the surveillance was to allow the population, of course, that's not going to happen overnight or in 2023. This is going to be the result of investments that will happen over the course of the next months and years. The population is going to live longer in better conditions and with dignity. Of course, mistakes are going to happen, problems are going to happen, but with willpower, we'll overcome each of them. And in 2033, we'll look back and say, well, this 11-year-long work this is its results. And thanks to you from society that are demanding it to be done. Thank you. We mentioned that we have the presence of 3 state secretaries: Nelson Rocha from Planning, Jose Ricardo from State and Environment, and Nicola Miccioni from the Chief of Staff. And I want to thank the presence of Congressman Thiago Pampulha. Thank you very much for your words. I just wanted to highlight that we're really experiencing a very positive situation. Congratulations on all your actions. And we can see how everything's interconnected. As you said, more sanitation will bring about more health, more development, more opportunities. So we're talking about the opportunity of several secretariats working together for the development of our state. And I believe that this is the context that we're going to focus on in this panel. We're going to talk about this integrated perspective of a new economy. And I want to ask our colleagues now to start the presentation. And I'm going to talk about this context and why we need a new economic development model. And why is it that this production model, where we extract natural resources, consume them, and throw them away, is no longer consistent in our new reality? So what is circular economy? We're talking about the opportunity of generating new businesses and new ways of doing business without waste, pollution, without residue. Another very important thing that the secretary mentioned, he said that Guanabara Bay can be depolluted not by means of big technologies, but simply by means of not of us not throwing sewage in it. And that's the strength of our ecosystem. We're going to talk about ecosystemic services and how nature is able to regenerate itself. We saw during the pandemic when everything stopped how the skies became cleaner and the animals came closer to cities. The power of nature to regenerate itself. We're going to talk about funding, governance, and Larry Fink is the CEO of a major investments bank, and he says that we have to create long-term value and build the future thinking about this long term. And he was the first funding bank to launch an asset for circular economy in 2019, and that had a big repercussion on the companies of the entire portfolio. And in the next year, he started punishing companies that were big issuers, and this is his letter to the market in 2022, showing the importance of what he calls the capitalism of stakeholders, which is this system-wide perspective where every actor works together as a catalyst for change, fostering innovation. And it is this context that we want to bring. The banks are already discussing that, and this is no longer a discussion within the academia or a faraway reality. When banks get involved, it's really important for us to rethink our economic model. And circular economy gives us the opportunity to solve the three planetary crises: climate change, loss of biodiversity, and pollution. So we must think that we're not here trying to come up with a model to solve the problem of waste or pollution. We're remodeling the system. Now's the time for you and the audience to rethink the production model to avoid the problem.
We're talking about a new economic balance, a scale economy, not only small projects. Technological development is very important, but we need to think about partnerships and how to work together. The State Secretariat of Environment, Planning, Development. Well, I'm very happy to be here talking with you. Together with Anna Ashter, we were part of the development of the course on circular economy at the state, and we see the integration taking place between the many secretariats so that we can come up with a common agenda with investments, returns, and continuity. And how do we do that? The journey into circularity brings to us a few key points. The first of them being that technology is only a part of the equation. We need to look at things systemically. We need to think about the market. We need to think about public policies and continuity, because the solution for one industry may be at another industry. So why not promote the neighbors who are going to be throughout the chain? So agro, construction, industry, the waste of agriculture, for instance, is very well used in Italy. They use orange peelings to create fabric for clothing. So think about the potential of that for our state and country. So yeah, science, research, and development working together to rebalance the equation. It's new rules, it's new values. Governance, encouraging ecosystems that promote trust and collaboration with new roles and responsibilities. And that's where I present to you the circular economy hub that attempted to pull together many companies of all sizes to overcome those barriers together, break paradigms, and actually build concrete projects on circular economy. Those are the companies. We have four areas of activity. We have education, engagement, communication. It's all out there for us to reach integrated solutions. So the motto right now is to understand the integration of those many players. And there is this very good terminology that we are adopting, a pre-competitive attitude. We are all competing in the market, yes, but why not work together to develop models and solutions that are going to be beneficial for the entire society, right? It's very good to be able to work with small and medium-sized companies to build solutions in large scales. So yeah, you'll be seeing conversations taking place in many areas, at many levels, being enabled by articulators. This is very strong, and we have the opportunity of building something dedicated to the state of Rio de Janeiro. And these are the results of the second year of work, right? Two acknowledgements, our pioneer role in Latin America, and the Ministry of Science and Technology identified this initiative as one of the four initiatives that are triggering circular economy in Brazil. And just to close, a practical example of the project. We think that plastic bags, actually not plastic bags, those plastics that we use to wrap food on, uh, we think it's not recyclable or usable. But why are they going to nature? Why can't they go and become a new product, a new raw material for something? And there you can see what a closed loop is. RCR Environmental, RCR Ambiental went to a supermarket and sent all that film plastic to a recycler and sent it to GMAX, who manufactured food for cats and dogs, and then the plastic was back at the supermarket. So this is a closed loop with many players, and we need to develop this integration. This is the learning point about working in an ecosystem which is collaborative with an articulator that can reach a common agenda, generate jobs and yield, and build new directives for a more successful guidelines. This hub is a first point of contact for companies who want to build strategies for the Brazilian society, gain scale, and transform our business mindset. Circular economy cannot be done alone. It's very good to see many secretariats integrating here. And I would like to wrap up my presentation with special moments that we had with Saz and Sederi. We were at EDIN launching a very interesting circular economy program. In June, we launched a course, and in one day, all the managers, all the spots were taken by managers who were thirsty to learn and to create the new governance that we need in the state of Rio, because we need to have Rio again in the middle of the world map and scoring at 2030 the same things we scored in the past. Thank you. The future we want is now. My fellow panelists, please join us back at the stage. And Francisco Carrera will now talk to us about ecosystemic services. And I want to ask him the following uh, during his presentation. How can we treat waste so that it can become drinking water again? Wouldn't it be easier to protect the rivers, reservoirs that are bringing water to us, to water treatment stations? If the reservoir is protected and cared for, we may avoid a lot of expenditure for water systems. Is that the way? Yeah, that's the way, but it goes beyond that. Well, first of all, it's amazing that we're here hosting this type of debate, because for the first time in the planet, we had the daring proposal of rediscussing matters that have been under discussion since '92, I was still a trainee at OAB, the Brazilian lawyers organization, and we discussed those subjects. We coordinated an a business forum at Rio Plus 20. And once again, Rio is pioneering a project that cannot be um, left behind. We're talking about green bonds, currency, and nature, which gives us nothing less than life. So I brought to you something more practical, something more efficient, and uh, we want to share with you what the state government has been doing uh, to tackle this matter and that affects you economically. The initiative was launched by our secretariat. The state couldn't stop discussing biodiversity and valuation, and we had a working group together with Jose Carlos, our secretary, and we indeed host a good debate about the main question, which is how much worth does the biodiversity of Rio de Janeiro have, or has, I'm sorry. Systemic systems, ecosystemic systems, are associated often to environmental services. For environmental services, the public powers, funds, and other sources of funding pay so that us human beings do not carry on practicing environmentally unfriendly attitudes and start collaborating with the environment. How? By collaborating with nature and its ways of working for millennia. So if you're here right now breathing oxygen, there is someone or environmental heritage generating this ecosystem. So the nature cares for itself in that sense. Uh, we had a project with Getúlio Vargas Foundation at the declaration of the natural capital. This was one of the few documents that was indeed signed at Rio Plus 20. They dared to state that we can value economically and financially ecosystems and biodiversity, and a paper report uh, proved that there are many modalities of ecosystemic services that can add value not only to financial assets, but countless initiatives. Through time, academia itself, Professor Constanza included, he was one of the main defenders of evaluating biodiversity and diversity, and he actually discussed that very interestingly with Minister Vandana Shiva, the former environment minister from India, and he argued saying that trees communicate between each other and collaborate to give us life. Science actually has proven that such things could occur, and well, consider how many specific objects are encompassed in the relationship between human beings and nature as we know it. So we ask ourselves this question: if you think about a metropolis, a big city, you start thinking about occupation. You have an occupation, you have a job, you have a deadline, you have to get to a place with buildings and people. Uh, so whenever you're thinking of urban areas, you're thinking of that. But if you're thinking of a forest, it's a different mindset. It's a different type of feeling. You feel more relaxed. You're not going to be performing an obligation. You're going there to enjoy, to receive something calmly. Think about Rio de Janeiro city. How have we been approaching this idea of an emblematic place for yet another conference that maybe could rediscuss in 10, 20, 30, 40 years the idea of environment? How does it treat this the city's trees. If we treat the trees sustainably, how can that be useful? Well, having more parks and increasing happiness with urban parking. Now, the important thing is not only GDPs, uh, it's gross internal happiness. And harmonizing the environment is very important for that. Milton Santos, our professor, says that the environment creates its members, and then FAO together with uh, other organizations, they award prizes to the cities that reforest their areas. 139 cities have been recognized as being part of this international program in many countries, and economic factors are also evaluated. Values, that's what I mean. Rio de Janeiro is there. Of course, those are the only cities in Brazil that are logged into this international register, and Rio was acknowledged for planting 4,000 trees, not with voluntary service, though. This was just public management efforts. And the civil society should engage in planting more trees because it's good for all of us. And the great question and the affirmation is that our city is a city that generates ecosystem services. If you say Rio to any foreigner, the first image that people have in mind is to think about Copacabana or the Sugarloaf or Bahia, the Guanabara Bay, shaped like a heart, or at Rodrigo de Freitas Lagoon, also shaped like a heart. So nobody's thinking about buildings and physical environments. They thought of natural ecosystems, and those generating plants. They research together, and a lot of universities are now based on research using energy differently, using less AC. So in our urban area, we have investments with a large generation. And if we're talking about sanitation and this new perspective that the state government has innovatively been applying thanks to this new perspective, thinking about the quantity of water sources in this city, it's over 400. They're all in my book. There are many other effluents and margins too. So yeah, nature is out there. It's a brain. It's alive and well. It has veins through the rivers, and then we have this power to upkeep. A lot of cities don't have this power. They're waiting for supply. We are not. We just maintain and think about the sheer quantity of ecosystemic functions that a single system can generate. They're countless. They're strong. They're powerful, and those who maintain that and who maintains Brazil in the center of the world, well, we are holders of the highest currency in the world, which is called biodiversity and ecosystemic services. There is a directive plan. This directive plan was published back in 2013. So yeah, since 2013, the city knows more or less how many trees it has, where they were planted, if it's in households, public parks, etc. So to get to this idea of ecosystemic function, we have to have facts, legal grounding, and establish contracts. Thinking about that, a bill was just approved about a year ago. Uh, the veto from the presidency has been dropped. So there is a national policy for payment for environmental services. And this depends not only on self-regulation, but also that players such as Rio de Janeiro and other states and municipalities actually promote this politics. uh, those are relevant benefits for the society generated by the ecosystem and improvement of the environmental conditions in many opportunities. So I will highlight one of our main uh, heritages, mangroves. Mangroves can capture more ozone than the Amazon and the Mata Atlantica. They are one of the biggest potential tools at our city. We have at least four mangroves. I didn't list Gramacho because it's both for Rio de Janeiro and Caxias. So yeah, we have potential generators among us, and they are at a place of relative importance. If we take a look at a mangrove, think of this tree with words. This is a mangrove tree, and what is written there are services that this ecosystem can render to all of us. Take a look at the fantastic diversity that exists nowadays at a mangrove around us. And science offers many other functions generated by this ecosystem. If you look at the third article, second paragraph, you will see in the policy that one of the modalities is to provide social services to the rural and urban population. So urban population is also a target for good ecosystemic services. We don't like high costs, of course. We don't like to have losses. And then the law comes and establishes the green passes as we discussed in the morning. And in this grounding, economic, social, and the most important one, cultural promotion of ecosystems is performed. No one will be left out. We are all engaged in that. The private sector, especially, can incorporate the measurement of the losses and gains of this ecosystemic production. And the social environmental market has been encouraged. The green bounds are already there. We discussed that in the initial panel, but they need to be strengthened through good conservation experiences. Municipalities can work with this idea of green bounds and markets by creating their own environmental systems that could fund some projects, and then thinking of the industry. If they want to value their grain bounds, they can invest in the municipality and in the state of Rio de Janeiro. B3, within its concept, mentions many grain bounds, and I will highlight the social bounds. Bonds, they are already here. There is negotiation. Every company, when they draft their final reports to the investors, they take into account, and they should take into account, the green bound. So there is a relevance and a connection. The services and a market potential, and the integration with those who use those services and those who receive it. So thinking about the potentials of the cities of Rio de Janeiro, what is the most famous beach in the world? After Miami Beach. Second one, Copacabana. Do you know what is the second most known world after the name of a famous soda? Amazon. So it's the age of information. Information is currency. So it's very important to understand that Copacabana means the beach where there is a blue smile. This is the contour of the beach. So we have ecologic tourism. We can have good water management if mangroves are conserved. Geosmin won't be used anymore. At the São Pedro market in Niterói, do you know how much one fish called Vieira cost? 15 reais. I was there last week. So yeah, we have a great continent to promote our maritime strategies, and a lot of people to be privileged without destructing the ecosystem. Uh, the knowledge from the elderly is very important, and you can learn a lot from those communities living in rural areas within the city. Ancestrality has a value, as our grandparents know. You know, the effect of a leaf, of a certain herb, and what that's good for. Now, Foundation Boticario has an interesting publication. Look at the value of a mangrove. Look at how much we can extract from a mangrove. It's a lot of money. They generate 5 billion in benefits to Brazil only with fishery and tourism. So why destroy a mangrove? Do uh, sorry, promoting forest fires just to plant things doesn't make any sense. So for you to harvest 1 kilo of shrimps on average, it's going to be the carbon kidnapping of 1 kilometer by car. And one of the ideas that will be attracting companies more and more is the absence of the tax collection for greenbound. So there is relative exemption, tax exemption tools. So these are some of the main tools. Others are from the academia, and there are also instructions for cultural services. Brazilian industry nowadays already has an initiative. It has already promoted Brazilian initiatives for biodiversity. There are commercial agreements for biodiversity, and many industries are already engaged in biodiversity. And we're not going to be talking about pollutant payer, user payer. We're going to be talking about a protector receiver. Let's protect because we understand the gain in real estate or heritage. And in 97, it was already assessed the value in dollars for that type of activity. Whale conservation is charged in every country, so why not charge our dolphins in our Guanabara Bay? This is money that's being tossed. So, as the secretary said, the less sewage you have in the Guanabara Bay, the less industrial waste in domestic soil will return, will allow us to return to this great asset. Also, we'll highlight something very important. Barra da Tijuca alligators. Jacarepaguá, a neighborhood in Rio, means an alligator from a low lagoon. A healthy lagoon will have more alligators, yes, because it's their place. And Lacoste makes a point in supporting projects in the US. Everglades, $500,000. Other examples from Lacoste Foundation for conserving alligators. Nobody wants to see the alligators dying. We all want happy alligators. So look at what could happen if this graph produced by Firjan will become a reality. A lot of people will no longer be stuck in traffic, right? This would be amazing. And Rio de Janeiro is one of the most important cities for bees, and bees have a memory and a commitment to nature. And mangroves can also be the key to medicines for Alzheimer and Parkinson. And then you have a lot of diseases that can be cured by mangrove products. It has really a lot of medical usages. So, yeah, we cannot overlook the pure ecosystemic services, circular economy, creative economy, solidary economy. I want to grow in a sustainable way. This is not on paper anymore. We from the state government are treating that directly. And Tiago and Ricardo, we will certainly be creating our state platform for systemic services so that Rio de Janeiro acknowledges how much worth it actually has. Thank you. Thank you, Carrera. I think that the message is that there is a new perception of value. We have to change our ways of paying. Instead of paying for water treatment, let's pay for the protection of biodiversity. That's a very important discussion for the new model of development. What are the new financial instruments? What are the new public policies we can create in order to create another path and redesign our economy? We are here and we don't want to wipe the floor while the faucet's still open. We need to close the faucet, redesign the system, and create a less destructive and more collaborative uh, economy. Let me see if Maria Taborda, our guest, is going to be here with us virtually. I was with her this morning discussing exactly a possibility to finance circular economy in Latin America. It's a study that they are wrapping up, and I want to share the floor. I want to share the floor with her to get to know a little bit more on their perspectives for a more
Obrigada,
balanced
Bia.
economy. Thank
Vocês estão
you,
me ouvindo aí?
Maria.
Deu? Ah, que
And
bom, que bom.
we're not
Bom,
getting
muito
the
obrigada aí pelo
audio.
convite. Infelizmente
It's
não estou aí no Rio. É muito bom a gente ouvir, né, tudo que a gente também fala do Rio, porque realmente é o nosso grande capital para todos os brasileiros, né, não só para o carioca. A gente tem muito orgulho, então foi muito bom também ouvir as falas anteriores. Como a Bia falou, eu trabalho para a UNEPFI. A UNEPFI é a iniciativa
sorry, the
financeira da
videos,
ONU Meio
audio
Ambiente,
is not arriving
e a gente
to
vem
the
fazendo um
interpreters.
trabalho muito interessante na América Latina sobre financiamento da economia circular, né? E aí foi aí que eu conheci também a Bia, um prazer trabalhar com ela. A gente, não sei se vocês sabem, o ano passado foi lançada a coalizão da América Latina de economia circular, então tem vários governos trabalhando junto para realmente promover essa agenda, entendendo que as políticas públicas são fundamentais para mover essa agenda, alinhando isso com a agenda climática, alinhando isso com políticas nacionais que se tenham, para que realmente não seja algo isolado, que seja algo sistêmico. E, por outro lado, a gente também entende que o fluxo financeiro público e privado precisa também ir nessa direção. Então, a gente começou a fazer esse trabalho no final do ano passado. Então, somos nós, ONU Meio Ambiente, ONU Meio Ambiente e Instituições Financeiras, o BID privado, o BID público, e a gente tem aí o apoio também do Exchange for Change, aí com a Bia, e também do Instituto Escolhas, onde a gente fez um trabalho muito...
where we had this very interesting work that we will be launching soon. First, we took a look at public policy, so we mapped how Brazil's policies, Mexico's, Colombia's, Ecuador, anyway, at least 5 countries, how they're heading in that direction. And just to share some of the results with you, we see that the share policies results, they're very important, but we need umbrella policies where we have this roadmap and strategic support. And when the countries connect to their climate agendas and their NDCs, their voluntary commitments, this boosts the economy, the circular economy agenda very much. And why is that? Because going to the financial side, we'll still have the financial uh, agencies such as banks, commercial banks, public banks, taking part in it. Investments will get in line with climate commitments. So you create a favorable context so that the financial flow follows the direction of our initiatives. And today, as you mentioned, the green bonds are very important. They have a key role for us to monitor initiatives and realize how much this currency is being important to move into a more circular model from a linear model. So this is very important. And it's not only the green bonds. We will have many mechanisms. We have startups who are running innovations, business models on circular economy. We have large companies who are considering all this and revisiting their chains of value. Um, they need to reassess their suppliers, so small and average size companies. And then what type of mechanisms could we have for the big business people to feed their value chain? There are investments that we need, not only private but public as well. And then we have grants, donations. To move ahead, we need to combine financial mechanisms, understanding that each one of them will have a role. So we are building from the base of the equation, and um, we will be working with all types of companies. It's good that we see NDS commenting on this type of initiatives and other national banks as well, from municipalities or states. Anyway, this movement, this institutional movement, is very important. Of course, the challenges are still huge. One of the challenges being understanding how you contemplate risk at a linear economy and how do you contemplate risk at a circular economy, and also how a financial institution has this type of access. This is very new. This is not really normal language for a financial institution. And on the other hand, we need good projects. And the financial flow will go into where the good projects are. And as Bia said, collaboration is very important. We need circular financing as well. So we need many players being active and collaborating. And I understand that this partnership from the government with public policies and uh, public institutions, private banks, government banks, they all need to get on the same page for us to move faster. So it's a super challenge. I was very happy today because in the morning, me and Bia were at an event and there were over 500 people from Latin America with us. Anyway, it's a surprising number of people, and we'll have a lot of events coming. And we understand that metrics are very important. And it's a niche when we talk about a circular economy. This is a year for us to discuss this much further. Um, we see young people being more interested, and we need to give voice to this subject for us to be able to enlarge the leverage that will help society, our planet, and Brazil in its social economic development. I am committed to continue to work in that sense and bringing financial institutions on board with this agenda because the challenges are huge. So that's the message that I wanted to convey. Again, thank you for inviting me. Congratulations, Rio de Janeiro, for doing this work because we really need to leverage projects and financing. Thank you. Thank you, Maria. So yeah, once again, we realize how important it is to have public and private partners working together and having the society understanding their role for consumption, for production. And you will see in the study the many perceptions that we have from the new business ecosystem. There is funding for renewables. There are ESG sustainability bonds. So, what will the circular bonds look like? I mean, the new financial institutions that will contemplate an entire system, not only usage and production of a product, but also what happens after that. How do we add value to waste so that it doesn't end up in rivers and sea? And also, we will save money because we won't have to clean our environment so much. Now we have Fernanda to talk about the industry, coding, and close this panel with all her perceptions. And I hope she will bring us some inspiration for us to build the new infrastructure in Rio. Fernanda, over to you. Thank you. I would like to start by explaining what Codin is, our uh, development group in Rio. Well, first of all, industrial development, of course, and then also tax encouragements. We are the gateway in Rio de Janeiro for companies to file for special ICMS taxation. That's a differential that changes the realities of many companies and really helps the development of the state. Now, talking about industrial uh, management, we manage 9 industrial districts in Rio de Janeiro state with thousands of jobs, of course, and uh, a lot of tax collection for the state. Bia mentioned EDIN, which is the industry union of Santa Cruz, and their partnerships. For instance, they adopted 30 tons of organic manure generated based on the uh, industrial waste for the families present in Santa Cruz region. Our governor allowed 120 million to renew those industrial districts and to implement new industrial areas in the state of Rio de Janeiro. And also, the government is assisting with the donation of the waste to have better asphalt. We have CSN, Gerdau, many large companies who really contribute with sustainable development, not only at the district, but at the state overall. And when we talk about the commitment of the industry with society, we're talking about a task that encompasses organizations, the state government, and the business sector. None of the three uh, levels or types of activities can do that alone. So we all have to work in partnership. Everything that we use basically nowadays is industrialized, even the water that we drink. So everything that we use comes from the industry. So all levels have to be encompassed in this effort to promote sustainability, which now doesn't follow only one segment in the market. Everything that we use is coming from the industry, like from many types of industries, of course, but all of them have the commitment to follow a good social environmental usage, especially after or during the COVID-19 pandemic. For the industry to continue, we have to follow corporate, social, and economic policy so that we can have a more robust industry. And to wrap up, since the role of coding nowadays is to work with the industries that we have in our districts and create new industrial parks, we aim at encouraging the companies that come to find us. We want to encourage them to be committed to environmental issues, and the state should invest in innovation, technology, and studies so that we could transform the production chain. And also, besides that, we should make the population more aware. Uh, the industry uses a lot of raw materials, natural resources, but making society aware as a whole is very important so that even the industry can gain market to produce not only at the internal chain but also at the external chain so that we can offer more sustainable consumption solutions. And CODIN is associated to the Secretariat of Economic Development, and together with many other secretariats and agencies, we have been seeking towards an alignment with the new world where we're living. And we've been receiving many companies who provide us assistance with bioenergy, so photovoltaic plants. We also welcomed a company interested in installing a biorefinery for Porto Iguaçu. And when we talk about biorefineries, we talk about investing $1.3 billion coming into the state of Rio de Janeiro. So as a gateway for corporations and municipalities, we have to bring those players into the state, into our secretariat, and show that we need to listen more and understand more about the industry as we see it nowadays. We talk internally about that a lot. Sometimes we are rooted in the idea of the old industry, but now we need to open our minds to the new players that are coming up. They generate renewable energy, biofuels, anyway, industries that are being conceived today so that in 10 years we can actually meet our own internal needs. So that's it. We need to add social value and environmental value to economic development and understand that economic development has to respect good social environmental practices. Amazing, Fernanda. Thank you. I think you were able to convey a very powerful message. This new perception of value, transforming our idea of cost into an idea of investment. There is no reverse logistics in circular economy, because if you discuss that with the industry, it's always about costs and compliances and challenges. And what we're discussing here is how to create new reverse chains for new raw materials. And this will only happen if we work together, many secretariats, many industry segments, etc. So I thank you all for being here. Secretary Nicola, thank you very much. And this panel could be a framework, build a new circular governance here in the state of Rio. Thank you all. See you at the next panel. Thank you, all participants. Who talked about the opportunities and challenges for a circular economy in Rio de Janeiro. Thank you, all panelists and institutions. Well, the last panel of the day is going to start, named The Challenges of Global Transition and New Climate Economy. For the next panel, I would like to invite the mediator from BNDES, Mrs. Lavinia Barros de Castro. She's on her way, right? Mr. Richard Kaiserwright United Nation, from the United Nation Coordination Efforts. Wilson Pritchard, counselor of the Brazilian Center for International Conferences. Senior fellow from World Resources Institute and the International Relations Center in Brazil, Mr. Rogério Studart. I'll now pass the floor to the mediator of this panel, Mrs. Lavinia Barros. Thank you. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here and to participate in this week of the environment. It's amazing to see so many young people. And it's really important. It's time to act. And I appreciate the invitation to be here at this panel, the challenges on climate change. We have three amazing personalities here. Mr. Richard Kozol from UNCTAD. He worked at Geneva and he's currently the director of Perspectives for Development, and he's responsible for a publication released by UNCTAD, which I read very often. Professor Rogério Studart was actually my professor. It's an honor to be with him again, and he's always working towards promoting international relationships. He's a Brazilian and a distinguished fellow at the Global Federation of Competitiveness Council. And we have also WF Consultants representative. He was a participant of International Banks Council. He was also part of the Brazilian government. He directed the Federal University department at the Federal University and had many roles at COPEAD. And he is a PhD in economy with Cambridge University. So, before passing the floor to the panelists, let me introduce what we're going to be discussing in this panel. I think the pandemic brought about irreversible changes, both from the standpoint of labor and distribution and production. We question the very model of production, of building things one part, one piece by land. It changed our way of seeing chains of production, and the pandemic sharpened or deepened inequalities, financial inequalities. There was, although, a digital transformation in the world, digital inclusion, but of course, some people were left at the margins. So, everybody who works with development, well, those issues are old, but they always come back in a new outfit, so to speak. The pandemic mentions or makes us think that the 2030 agenda was launched by the UN in 2015. and it meant not to leave anyone behind. But then the pandemic came, and people were left even more behind. There are more inequalities in terms of gender, race, and among countries. But at the same time, we also have the opportunity now to build things again on better grounds. That's an opportunity in a way. The world is waking up to an opportunity that should not be missed. I really believe that COVID-19 has the power of shaking consensuses and revolutionizing institutions in the world entirely. Those big moments in history, they're key to historic changes. After the Second World War, new institutions had to be created to go on with the world. So now the same happens again. We need consolidated strategies, but make no mistake, the challenges are many. The challenges were already huge. Now we have the Ukraine war, new lockdowns in China, making certain perspectives look even worse. And there is this famous book from Bretton Woods, which maybe translates into a, a polarized world like a pendulum, you know? If you don't take the necessary actions, you can go back to a very strong austerity uh, positioning, which can sharpen inequalities even more, or you can go to the other side of the pendulum and you have the concentration of efforts on an agenda of better groundings. This week, the Global Economics Prospects of the World Bank was issued, and people are very surprised to see that there is a trend of less growth in the world this year, and that is rising. The report highlights, though, that things could change for the better and has a call for action. And this is the spirit of this panel, because this is the spirit of the 2030 platform, bringing together young people, people from the academia, governments, etc., to really focus this revolution on this revolution. Mr. Richard Kuzul, you have the floor.
And their famous anthem of the Sex Pistols was a song called No Future. And it was a reflection at the time that young people
Pensavam lá atrás, nos anos 70. Eles sentiam que tinham pouquíssimo a esperar do futuro, nada era muito bom, nada parecia muito bom, as ambições econômicas eram
there are opportunities, I think, to do things better now. And I want to kind of give you all a sense of the problems that we face, the multiple problems, but also the sense that we have a future ahead of us because it's in our hands. The future is in our hands. And we can change the future if we so wish. There is a climate crisis, and this is where we begin. This is where much of the meetings and discussions we've been having begins. And we know the problem. The problem is a simple one. It's a global problem. We are pumping too much carbon dioxide, global greenhouse emissions into the atmosphere. That's raising temperatures with a lot of problems ahead for people and the planet. When the first Rio conference took place 30 years ago in '92, we were pumping into the atmosphere something like $22 billion, 22 billion tons of carbon. We are now pumping into the atmosphere 36 billion tons of carbon. And we have to get that in half in the next 6 or 7 years if we want to stay within a reasonably stable global climatic environment. And it's a big task, and we need a lot of investment. We need to invest in new technologies, new sources of energy that don't emit carbon, solar, wind, hydro. And we also need to use that energy much more efficiently than we do today, if we want to keep within the limits of reasonable temperatures above what was true before industrialization. We estimate in our work in the UN that we need to spend 3% of global GDP annually on these kinds of investments to stay within reasonable increases in temperature. That's a lot. 3% of global GDP is $3 trillion a year that we need to invest worldwide to be able to deal with this problem. I want to suggest to you later that that's doable. That's not as big a problem as it sounds. There are bigger problems than raising $3 trillion annually. So that's a global problem. We know that. But it's not the only problem with carbon emissions, because historically the problem has not been countries like Brazil that have emitted the most carbon. It's the rich countries of the world. It's the United States, it's Europe, it's Japan. They've emitted the most carbon. So something like a little close to 50% has historically, over the last centuries, because these countries have been industrializing for centuries, most of the carbon emitted is by them. So the United States has emitted 25% of the carbon in the atmosphere. We've pumped in 1.5 trillion tons of carbon into the atmosphere since the Industrial Revolution at the end of the 18th century. And the African continent, which has 700 billion people, has pumped in about 2% of that carbon into the atmosphere. So there's a real historical distribution impact from different countries. So it's not just the same countries that have the same responsibilities. And last of all, it's not just about countries. Rich people pump in a lot more carbon into the atmosphere than poor people. I mean, if you look at the figures, right, the richest 1% of the world's population have pumping in 15% of global emissions. The 10% of the world's richest population, most of which are living in Western Europe, the United States, have pumped in 46%. So this is not just an environmental problem. This is a development problem, and it's a distributional problem too. And that means we have a common challenge. We all share the planet together. We have a common we need to reduce carbon emissions everywhere back to a level that will not cause temperatures to rise too much. But it's a differentiated problem. It's not the same problem for everybody, because different people and different countries have caused this problem more than other countries. And we have to take that in when we're thinking about the problem and thinking about solutions. We have to think in those terms. It's a common problem, but it's a differentiated problem at the same time. And there's an ethical dimension to this problem, because the countries that have caused the least damage are the ones that are now suffering the most. So if you're a small island economy in the Caribbean, Jamaica or Barbados or wherever, you are already being hurt by climate shocks, rising sea temperatures, increased storms, whatever. In other parts of the world, we've seen droughts, we've seen forest fires on a scale we've never seen before. And the people who have caused the least damage are suffering the most. And that's an ethical problem that we face. The countries that have caused the least problem should not be making the biggest contributions to this problem. So that's the climate problem. We know the kind of dimensions of that problem. But it's not the only problem we have to deal with when thinking about a different way of balancing the world economy, because the climate problem doesn't exist in isolation. It exists in a world that is moving in ways that in many respects are not good for solving this problem, right? So the increase in carbon emissions has been associated with a world that has become increasingly interconnected. You've all heard the term globalizing, and the world has been globalizing for 50 or 60 years now. And that's contributed to this problem. But the world that was globalizing back in the 1950s is not the same kind of globalization that we're experiencing today. It's a much different kind of globalizing world that we are looking at today. And there's a number of reasons for that, a number of features that have been developed in the last 30 or 40 years that have added to a new and more destructive kind of globalization, which is proving bad for solving the climate problem. This is a world in which finance capital moves around the world at a tremendous speed and on a tremendous scale. You all know this. Financial markets seem to be everywhere, doing everything in every part of the in every part of the world economy. So we live in this very unregulated world of big financial movements. Everyone's looking at stock markets to see what's happening to stock markets. Everyone's worried about what's happening to cryptocurrencies and what's going on in that world. That's a new feature of the globalized world. And corporations have been, this is not just an abstract thing about markets. A lot of corporations, businesses have been caught up in thinking about their activity, not in terms of what kind of car we produce or what kind of soft drink we produce, but purely in terms of their bottom line, the financialized nature of their activities. And they worry about their share prices as much as they worry about the quality of the product that they're producing. They worry about their whether they're issuing enough dividends to their shareholders. They worry about the buying back the stocks, so their stock is pumped up at a certain... So they're very financialized. Corporations worry more about finance than they do about the products that they make. And finally, we have a lot of very concentrated markets. Markets used to be very competitive. Now they're 3 or 4 firms dominate the market for aircraft or automobiles or foodstuffs. These are very big, powerful agents. And this is a new feature of the world economy, and it's produced some very bad results over the last 30 years. Everywhere, these are trends that you will find, whether it's in Brazil or Burundi or Malaysia or wherever. And these are the kind of things we've been tracking in our work. The amount of income that goes to working people in the form of wages has been going down steadily as a share of global income for 30 years. The share of profits in global income has steadily been rising. Wage share falling, profits rising everywhere. Investment, the stuff that we need in plant and equipment and skills, that's been falling or stagnant just about everywhere, with 1 or 2 exceptions. Whereas financial assets, stock market prices, housing assets, whatever, they've been going up tremendously over this period. Productivity, how much output we get from what we put into production, that's been declining everywhere too across the global economy. Even as stock prices have been going up and up and up and up, productivity has been declining or stagnant. And finally, the spending that governments make on public services, education, health, housing, etc., that's been falling just about everywhere, whereas the amount of money governments spend on servicing the debt, the money they borrow to pay for those services, that's been going up everywhere. So these are big macroeconomic trends that you find across the world economy, and they produce real morbid symptoms. in the global economy, of which the most important one that you all know about, because it's true particularly of a country like Brazil, is that inequality has been rising tremendously everywhere. The share of the people at the top 1% or the top 0.1%, their share of income has gone up hugely in the last 30 or 40 years. The share of the bottom 20% has been declining. So inequality is the consequence of this, and that has other consequences. Economists will tell you that leads to not enough demand in the economy to buy the things that we're producing. It produces instability. There's lots of crises, financial crises, both small and large, that have been taking place over the last 40 years. Lives are becoming more insecure. Insecurity, people don't have kind of strong, stable jobs that they can rely on for the next 20 or 30 years in terms of improving their lifestyles and the chances of their families. And levels of debt, household debt, corporate debt, government debt, has been rising massively as a consequence of these kinds of features. And that's a bad situation. That's a real inequality challenge that we have to combine with the climate challenge if we're going to move forward. And the way to deal with it, we know how to deal with this. We know what we have to do. We need to create more and better jobs. Those better jobs have to pay more wages, and we have to have a strong tax base from which we can provide the kinds of services and investments that we need to tackle the climate problem. So we know that. We know we need more investment. We know we need better jobs with higher wages. We know we need higher taxes to pay for the services and investments that will make for a more secure and stable planet. So that's the inequality crisis we need to combine with the climate crisis. And finally, and that's particularly for this part of the world, we have a development crisis. Developing countries have particular problems that make the lives of the vast majority of the people in this world even more difficult than is true from the climate and the inequality crisis. Countries in the developing world find it difficult to create new activities. What the economists call diversified economies is more and more difficult. Lots of developing countries should be producing more industrial output now at their level of income than they're doing. They're producing less. What people call premature deindustrialization is a feature of all countries, including Brazil. Brazil should be a much more industrialized economy at this level of income that it has than it actually is. Lots of countries have become much too dependent on commodity exports, iron, fuels, agricultural products, than they need to, because if you're dependent on 2 or 3 commodities for your livelihoods, you're vulnerable to shocks. You don't produce the spread of wealth that we need for a more stable and dynamic economy. Developing countries face big technology gaps. The digital divide is massive. You know, countries in North America and Europe have huge digital skills and capacities already in place. Developing countries are far, far behind in that respect. Many developing countries are much more dependent on borrowing abroad for their resources than most advanced economies. And you can't borrow in Reich, you can't borrow in your own country, you have to borrow in dollars because your own currency is not acknowledged as reliable on international financial markets. So you're all heavily indebted to dollars. And that means that you depend on what the Federal Reserve thinks the interest rate should be in the United States for paying back your debts. And that puts you in a bind as a country. That's not true for all countries, but for many developing countries, that's a real squeeze on their resources. And that means a lot of the growth that you see in developing countries is not steady and reliable, it's boom and bust. You get spurts of economic growth for 2 or 3 years, you get hit by an external shock, and then you go into a crisis of some kind. That's a repeated pattern that we see across the developing world. There are exceptions to this. The big exception is China. These problems are not Chinese problems, and we might want to ask the question, and I'm not going to answer it now, we might want to ask the question, why China? Why has China done so well in this world when everybody else seems to be struggling to build a strong economy? So these are development problems, and when we look at the world economy over the last 10 years, we see a world economy where growth in developing countries has been slowing down. Before the pandemic, it was slowing down. So life was getting more difficult in the developing world before 2020. Since 2020, it's become even more difficult for developing countries, and growth has diverged between advanced economies who pumped in loads of money to get their economies going again after COVID, compared with developing countries, because of these problems, didn't have the money to spend on recovery from the crisis. So the world it's moving in this direction. We're not all in this boat together. We're in different boats in this world. And the danger that we see, and we talk about a lot in our work, is that we could have another lost decade in the developing world with no or very limited growth until 2030. And that's a problem, I think, not only for developing countries, but for the planet as well. So these are the problems. We have a climate problem, we have an inequality problem, we have a development problem. And so people are thinking, well, how do we approach these problems? I want to argue there are a couple of ways of approaching it. Everyone knows we need more investment in skills, in climate technologies, in infrastructure. We know what we need. We need more investment, and we need good jobs of people who are of working age. And there are two kind of big visions that I think that we need to talk about, and I think colleagues are going to speak more about them than I'm going to do. So very quickly, one of those visions is to rely on the market. The good green market will deliver investment, good jobs, better wages for you. And there are features of that, the good green market. These are the things I put here about climate as an asset, that we need more private investment to be de-risked, to be able to have the investments we need. We need higher prices for carbon. We need adjustments at the borders, so countries that are heavy polluters are not allowed to export to countries that are low polluters. And we think we can rely on technology, right? We think we can at some point take carbon out of the atmosphere to keep the temperatures down, the carbon capture and storage, reflection technologies that will reflect the sun rays back into the... None of this exists. When people tell you there's a technological solution, I hope so. None of this technology exists yet, and none of it will be on tap before temperatures start to hit levels that are causing more and more problems for people across the global economy. So there is not a technological solution to the problems of inequality or of climate. We think the alternative, the kind of work that I do at the United Nations and other places, is what we call a Green New Deal that understands that climate is a public good that has to be treated as a public good and requires a lot of public investment if we're going to make the kinds of investment required to move us onto a different growth path. That means we can't rely on prices to do that, but prices have an important role to play. We need policies, we need industrial policy, we need good macroeconomic policy, we need good trade policy to do that, and we need to coordinate these things together. We need to move together, not kind of separately to achieve this. And we need to regulate finance. Finance will not solve this problem. Big finance will not solve this problem, and we need to regulate finance. When finance was regulated 50 years ago, the levels of investment in the economy were much higher than they are today. So the idea that letting finance rip leads to more investment has no historical grounding in the facts. On the contrary, if you want more good investment, you need to regulate finance more effectively, because what finance does is it transacts with itself. Most of finance is lending money to other financial actors to lend to other financial actors to create new financial instruments that other financial actors are going to borrow, that are going to buy. So most of it is nothing to do with the real economy. And we need to regulate finance to make sure that it operates in a more constructive way. And finally, that we need to ensure that growth is led by wages. Higher wages is good for growth, which is not the market solution. In the market solution, lower wages are good for growth. We don't think that's true. Higher wages are good for growth. You need good taxation, progressive taxation, you need public services. That's what we call the Green New Deal. And we want to see a kind of political movement that can back that kind of perspective on solving the climate problem, the inequality problem, and the development problem simultaneously, because we can only solve these problems as part of an integrated package, not one by one. I'm going to finish here because I don't want to go over time. A lot of people say, $3 trillion? That's a lot of money, $3 trillion. Right? It's more than footballers earn, which is a lot of money in this world, right? But the money is there. We have the money. We think the money is already out there. We don't have to generate more money. If you look at the kind of money that we spend on subsidies already in the world, it's in the order of $2 trillion a year on environmentally harmful subsidies in agriculture, in the fuel sector, etc. We need to repurpose subsidies to be able to make the investments. We spend $2 trillion a year as a species on military, on things that kill other animals and other people. $2 trillion. So we spend $4 trillion a year as a species on subsidies that are killing the planet or goods that are killing people. Somehow that doesn't jive with most people. We need to shift resources out of that into the kinds of investments we need. Huge amounts of money are wasted, as I said. The financial sector wastes huge amounts. We have that money. Central banks in the big advanced economies have, since the global financial crisis of 2010, spent $20 trillion shoring up financial markets. $20 trillion, the balance sheet of central banks have increased since then. We borrow as a world, or we create as a world, credit. Every year since 1980, we've created over $5 trillion a year in new credits. We have the money. The money is not a problem. The money and the mechanisms to generate resources are not the problem. But there are other things that I won't go into there. So we don't think financing is a problem. Other people agree with this. Naomi Klein is a famous climate activist who has gone through Bob Pollin is another one. The money's there. We don't need to rely on Goldman Sachs and BlackRock and Jamie Dimon. We don't need to rely on these people to get the resources, because the resources are already there, they're being spent. The big challenge, and that's where I'll leave it, because Lavina will get mad with me, is a political problem. What we're short of are committed politicians and political actors who want to move the planet in these different directions. That's where the problem lies. The problem doesn't lie with the money. The problem lies with the politics, both at home and particularly in our world at the international level, because we can only solve this problem by countries cooperating together with a multilateral mindset and a multilateral spirit. And our worry, my worry, if you like, is that we have solutions to the problems that you will benefit in your next as you grow up. You should worry about whether the politicians that you will be voting for when you get to that age will actually deliver on the kind of promises that they're making to you right now. So thank you.
Well, that was an amazing contribution. Thank you, Professor Richard. I mean, he touched some central points there. And we generally discuss sustainability in 3 dimensions: the economic, social, and climatic dimensions. But what Professor showed is that those dimensions are strictly interconnected. And if there is a climate catastrophe, the ones suffering the most are the most vulnerable ones. And he said, very interestingly, that we are all under the same storm. We are not on the same boat. Developing countries have their own agendas that need to be fostered, and his proposal here is very interesting. It's a big push that starts, well, in the 30s, the world was being rebuilt, so it was the New Deal agenda. So maybe an agenda is possible, but it requires cooperation and political will, and it requires redistributing subsidies, as he showed very brilliantly. 4 trillions looks like a lot, but 2 trillions are spent in subsidies for bad climate tools and weapons, even, and such things. Cooperation is very important, but there has to be political will for development, and there has to be good coordination. So, very important points for reflection indeed. So, Professor Richard talks about this world that we need to get to, but we're a few steps behind that. And maybe Professor Rogerio can help us think about how to get into this world where we want to be in the future, near future.
Well, I have this longtime friend. I won't tell you how many years, but many years. To give you an idea, when I started talking about economics with him, he gave me a ride, and my English was not that good. And we were listening to Bruce Springsteen, a super revolutionary singer, and he had a song called Born in the USA. And I thought, well, this is such a conservative nationalist thing, and he taught me that. I saw him watching a lecture yesterday. There was no translation. I gave him a lecture. I made a lecture for him in English, and now I see that he has translation. That was my first. That was the first mistake. The second is that, well, how many economists are here? Raise your hand. How many of you want to be economists? Very good. I love economics. So hopefully some of you also like it, because economics help us understand and organize very complex things. We try to do it in a more summarized way. So I'll try to make up for these two mistakes as we move forward. And I really see myself when I look at you. I think most of you are in your 20s, probably. When I was 20, the situation I was in as a young boy coming from the outskirts of Rio de Janeiro was that I was highly idealistic. I didn't have too much money. I lived in the suburbs of Rio de Janeiro, close to Governor's Island, before the bridge connecting it to civilization was built. And we lived in an authoritarian regime in an extremely unequal country. It's even more unequal today, but well, and he had no perspective of a future. Till there came a point when I was able to understand that the solution for the problem we were experiencing could be our future. And it was more or less evident. A country as big as Brazil, with the youth that Brazil had, to be able to generate a growth and development model based on social, racial inclusion, bringing young people into the project, that was the solution. And indeed, we were experiencing a tragic moment of the economy. That was the moment of stagnation, hyperinflation, and unaware of not knowing what the future could be like. After that, the country went into a democracy and was brilliantly able to move away from hyperinflation. You don't know what that's like, okay? Living in a country of more than 5,000% of inflation per year with no perspective for the future. So to me, as a young guy, to me, it was very important to understand that the problems that we are experiencing could pose a solution to the youth and to Brazil, which was first stabilization and then social inclusion. So I wanted to fix the problem I told you about, much less from the perspective of economics. I'll just use the presentation to guide myself. You can forget that. There are some nice pictures, but you can forget the screen, okay? First, what Richard said, he's right. In the 2010s, we used to have some uncertainties about the economy, and we knew that things were not going well. Inequality, it was a period that had been preceded by poverty reduction all over the world. Yeah. And second, there was a very fast climate change. Everybody knew it was around the corner. I was an economist, and I decided to dedicate myself to climate because of my concerns with the future. The thing was really present due to the fact that, well, I have 5 kids, and I will look at my kids and think, well, what's going to happen? And with the climate change, if you think about the future, you get scared, and that's what happened to me. And I decided to dedicate part of my life to climate change, to understanding it. And the third thing was that there was a lot of financial and economic fragility in the world. The fourth is that this fragility came to the point of creating a crisis in the biggest economy of the world, of the liberal world, which was the US economy. In the 2010s, there were lots of uncertainties, crisis around the corner. And if you look at the 2020s, there are not too many doubts. The situation really became much more complicated. Some of the predictions of scientists and economists and others have come true. Climate change is not occurring. It has occurred. The extreme climate events, excessive rains and droughts, they're affecting us day after day. The day before yesterday, I was talking to the Secretary of Finance of Pernambuco State. There's a saying among engineers and meteorologists. They say 100-year rains, which means that every 100 years something extraordinary can happen. In Pernambuco, every 5 years we're having 100-year rains, and we're concerned about having these rains every year now. That's irreversible in terms of what's happening now, and that's already caused by climate change. And the future, unfortunately, this is the point we're at. Secondly, the increase in inequality is also around us. The pandemic was a symptom of that, of inequality inside and outside countries, and of treatment to inequality. Treating inequality is no longer a moral thing. It's a matter of survival of humankind and the existence of our future. The third thing is that these two factors were already causing significant disruptions, and now 2 years into the pandemic, after a lot of disruption, the Russian invasion to Ukraine will cause an even greater damage in terms of disruption, and many people are talking about a world getting fragmented very quickly. That's something that, if I think about my youth, when I was thinking about these things, things were already serious, and now they're much more serious. This probably generates a lot of anxiety among youths because you're probably wondering how you're going to build your future and what's going to happen. So I'll skip this. Don't look at this, please. Okay. Well, being Brazilian, I think that this is a dramatic moment full of opportunities because we can, by offering climate solutions to a significant part of the planet, we can change the dynamics of our growth and generate more job positions, more growth, more future, more production. And at the same time, we can bring the youths into a future that the youths need to have. That's the most important thing. I want to talk about that. And as I said, I'm trying to make up for 2 mistakes here, so I'll try to be quick. And I'll show this to you, but don't look at the data because it doesn't make any sense for you to look at it, okay? I'm just using this as a guide for myself. The first thing, Brazil has been growing too little for too long. That's not a new phenomenon. It's just more severe now. Brazil is going through a stagnation in its growth and loss of its development. You remember I told you at a certain point it was about stabilization. Then we started thinking about how to promote inclusive growth, and this leads to a problem that I call development axis. It's not only the state, but when society gives a horizon or a growth perspective, then young people will engage as entrepreneurs. But the well-established economic sectors will start seeing perspectives such as agriculture, the industry, and others. And this leads to investment. And in doing so, that leads to jobs and growth. And Brazil's been lagging behind for too long. If you look at it in the 1980s, that was where there was a severe drop in growth, and we could spend one day talking about that. But after that, Brazil only resumed its growth in the 2000s, and as of the 2010s, it started decreasing its growth again, leading to a decreasing income per capita. A country with a huge potential, with a dropping huge drop in per capita income. So I wanted to show you that Brazil has a historically brilliant trajectory, but there was a profound shift in this trajectory at a certain point, and we got lost along the way. One part of that story is the deindustrialization of Brazil. Brazil grew in the process of industrialization, and that process had a very strong drive in the country that it lost at some point. And it was replaced by China, India, and other countries in the Asian Southeast and Asia in general. So why has Brazil lost its momentum? When the economy grows, it grows through its human capital, of course, and with the technology that it makes available to development, a long-term perspective, and all that's transmitted through investments. Investments are important because of two things. For one, they generate demand, immediate demand. That's why we don't have that much demand right now, because demand is based on consumption. And it's investment that's able to trigger a leap in demand. And development also carries technology investment, and development guides the youths toward the economy of the future. So there was a loss in investments in Brazil. If you look at the investment rates in Brazil that had a relatively high rates in the 1970s, it's still lagging behind, and that's more or less associated with this decrease in the growth of the economy. So we are experiencing an investment crisis, which is associated to many factors, and more specifically because you have no perspective for the future where the forces of society and human capital will be able to come together and make things happen. Part of the crisis is associated to infrastructure. Investing in social infrastructure means investing in better human beings, better water quality, better energy quality. So it's profoundly associated with infrastructure, roads, and whatnot. That leads to the possibility of producing more efficiently, being more productive, and therefore more competitive. To give you an idea, we have one of the world's most productive agricultures, but our productivity is much lower than what we could have, because we lose 20% of our production in logistics, and that's scary for Brazil to be competitive. And even in spite of that, well, we produce a lot. We use 8% of our land for agricultural production, and 30% is degraded land. So we're really productive. We have a few Ukraines inside Brazil, and Ukraine is one of the world's biggest producer of grains. I only have 6 minutes, so I want to get to the point that I want to show you. I think that's highly related to what Richard was talking about, the Green New Deal. The first thing I want to tell you about is that you rarely have an opportunity where you combine the capacities of countries and advantages with some human trends. The trend is that the world will either become more sustainable and green, or we're not going to have a planet, or we'll only have a planet for just a few people. And humankind makes these transitions in very serious moments. I think we're going to experience a moment of extremely fast transition, and everything indicates that society will push that transition. And this transition requires having a clean energy matrix. Energy is everything. Everything works based on energy. Progress is based on energy. And basically, 3/4 of the carbon emission problem has to do with energy. And therefore, to make a transition, you have to do it in the way you generate it and the types of combustibles that you generate. So you have one unique opportunity, and if you can serve the opportunity, you have at the same time the chance to solve the problem, the climate global problem, and at the same time, Brazil can solve its problem of losing momentum in the investments and growth and creation of job positions and other more ambitious projects, including social inclusion, which starts by including a youth that's as diverse as ours. And to get to the point, my take-home message is that investing in transition towards a more sustainable economy, the economists and those that are familiar with the systems, they can demonstrate that you can generate the capacity to invest more, you can generate more job positions and reduce emissions. All of the models, you remember I told you I spent 10 years not being a macroeconomist and financist, and I started working with low carbon, and I'm convinced that we have that possibility, even more so in Brazil. These are some of the numbers that I wanted to show you, but I can obviously share this with you, and you can find them in several publications, of course. Why is it that for Brazil, this is a good opportunity? Well, you remember I said that it's a matter of vision and it's a matter of investment, and basically it's a matter of being able to make this move. Money moves the big transitions at home and in the world, always. And the moment right now is highly favorable. I agree with Richard in that a large part of the money that needs to be invested needs to be public, but in certain countries, there are some restrictions that will prevent them from having an accelerated growth of use of public money for this type of transition. Actually, there is a huge amount of public money being used in low carbon transitions. Why? To put it simply, because the financial sector knows that investing in non-renewable things is wasting money. We talk about assets that have been lost in the electricity sector and others. It's very simple. If you invest in a resort by the sea and there'll be an increase in the level of the ocean, you're going to have a drowned asset, literally. So the financial sector understands that They have to move from less sustainable to more sustainable investments and more resilient and investments that are stronger and more resilient against climate events. And that leads to a very high capability to capture private resources. Of course, the state needs to guide you, and you cannot guide anything in the world without putting money first. And the state needs to do that, but rarely in the history of Brazil and in the world have we seen an opportunity like this. And Brazil should be trying to capture this money for this transition. Secondly, we did a study at the World Resource Institute that would calculate what Brazil would gain from that transition. Then these are some of the numbers: an increase of 2 million job positions beyond what we would expect with the same growth, an increase of 35 million in the GDP growth. So it's a series of variables, and evidently a better emissions, a better quality of life, better urban mobility, and an increased productivity and competitiveness. And I'll wrap up by giving you one example. Brazil has the world's cleanest energy matrix, and one of the main fuels to overcome climate change is hydrogen. Generating hydrogen requires a lot of energy, and generating green hydrogen requires a super clean energy matrix. Brazil has that, and very few countries in the world have that. Europe does not, Asia, United States, but Brazil has that. If Brazil continued to invest in sustainable infrastructure, especially in its energy matrix, and if it used its knowledge to develop this type of technology, it could, for instance, supply fuel to the entire aviation industry in the world. Well, I'll conclude. I do not want to exceed my 20 minutes, but I just wanted to tell you that, well, talking about climate is not only a problem, it's also a huge solution. It's the only possibility I see right now for young Brazil to see itself in the future. That is not only a better future for the youth, but also a future that will be better for humankind. I'm very optimistic. That's my message to you. Thank you. So it went from a more global perspective to a more Brazilian perspective of challenges. And it was very interesting because Professor Rogério started out by provoking. Brazil was a country that used to grow from the mid 50s to the 1980s. We were growing at 7% a year on average, and all of a sudden we stopped growing. So what accounts for this difficulty? Resuming our growth. It's the country of the future, but the future never arrives, right? So his explanation was of a collapse in investments and a huge reduction in investments. And he derived that even further and talked about investment in infrastructure. And he saw a big opportunity for a big change of that infrastructure leading this growth and bringing about new opportunities. And he said that in most of the world, the energy matrices are very dirty. And if I'm not mistaken, they account, yeah, 2/3 of global emissions, whereas in Brazil, our matrix is clean. But being clean, it brings a new opportunity. For instance, the opportunity of hydrogen, which is great because if I'm not mistaken, this is what we're going to talk about now. Moving from a scenario where we were focusing on low growth and focusing on investments, and in investments we talked about infrastructure and a big opportunity to foster development through green investments. And now I'd like to give the floor to Wilson to give us more details about the opportunities in Brazil for us to take that leap. I want to thank Lavinia and Anna for the opportunity, and I also want to thank Rogerio because this was not previously agreed. He mentioned two things that I will use as important starting points for my conversation. First, energy and the use of energy, not only to produce electricity, but energy in the industry. There are two components to energy that move the world. Energy that's transformed into electricity, that's super important because the world is highly electrified and will become even more electrified, and energy that's hidden as vapor and whatnot in the plants. And this is what causes huge emissions because the entire industrial evolution of the world was based on using fossil fuels, coal and oil. And so as a last speaker, this is more or less a dessert, so my message is sweet. I have good news for you. If you believe my assumptions, it's two. The first is that recently we finally understood the financial sector and big corporations. They were negativists, agnostic, and now they started seeing for a while as a risk because they were forced through taxes on carbon and pricification and penalties. They started seeing all of a sudden transition as an opportunity. And I'm going to quickly tell you this story and show you how true this is because we saw that there is technology pointing to this long-term path, 30-year path, where we are going to transform the energy matrix in the world, moving away little by little from everything. Everything's going to be important in the beginning. We'll continue to have coal, increasingly less so, oil, the same thing, and you know, we'll have lots of natural gas in the transition. All of the other intelligent forms like biomass, nuclear, but all of them are finite. There's no not one of these energies that will not end in the long term. The only one that's infinite is hydrogen, as far as we know, if based on renewable resources, which by definition are renewed and therefore are infinite. Without hydrogen, and that's a scientific concept, you do calculations to come to a consensus. Without that, it will be impossible to reduce inequality and to move towards incorporating Africa into the world. That's our century's biggest challenge. Your generation's biggest challenge is to incorporate the brutal growth of population in Africa, Nigeria, that's been projected by the UN as being bigger than China, the biggest city in the world in 2040. Will it be Sao Paulo, Mexico City, New York? No, it's going to be Kinshasa, the capital of Belgian Congo. So this challenge, when we talk about the climate, as Richard said, as Richard talked about it, we forget about it. The problem is so huge that the other problems have become smaller. Development and inequality have become lesser problems, but that's a problem that you have to solve while you solve the climate problem, generating a never-ending and growing source of energy. We'll never go back to the Stone Age, so we have to find another energy matrix, like Rogerio said. And there'll be lots of things being made in the next 5, 4, 10, 15, 20 years, but at the end of the day, hydrogen is going to be the new petroleum. And this is my dessert to you, the sweeter side to my presentation. Brazil, as Rogerio said, I'll add more flavor to what he said. Brazil has a huge opportunity, and this world is not bad to Brazil. This world gives Brazil an opportunity that we like throwing away, right? Like gold, we threw it to the wind. Oil, we threw it to the wind. And now there's another opportunity. We won't miss this one, and you're going to see what it is. This opportunity is to transform Brazil using renewable resources, especially wind and solar, in the new pre-salt, but using pre-salt as the transition. Everything's good. We need to end the pre-salt gas, decarbonizing gas, and start a hydrogen economy. These things are going to be hugely important from a global perspective. So I always press the wrong button. Let me see if it works. Wow, it worked. Okay, I'm going to give you a perspective of how the world started seeing, especially the financial sector and big corporation, which are super cynical, how they started seeing the transition as an opportunity. First, they didn't see it as anything because, in fact, from Rio to Paris, from Eco 92 to the meeting with the Paris Agreement in 2015, the world, the method set up by the UN wouldn't work, the decision-making process, because there was the sticks and carrots. There was no sticks and carrots. It was a voluntary mechanism, and at the same time, the world was not doing so bad. Apart from from the fact that we'd polluted the world so much for 150 years, during that period there was a certain stabilization of emissions up until the moment when, in the 21st century, a totally unexpected phenomenon occurred. China became the world's second biggest economy, using an energy matrix that England used in the 19th century. And China, you see that graph, that's country by country emission. I can't see it from here, but what happened in terms of emissions in China is huge. You can see that in Europe it's decreasing, and we're going to see why. And China explodes, and that caused panic because at that time there was a huge progress in information technology, the use of big data, and these climate models that predict the climate for the future became very robust. There was a convergence in the consensus, and people got concerned because the increase in CO2 that was only seen as something that would decrease solar radiation and would increase the temperature in the world, we started seeing that this increase in temperature would lead to huge and catastrophic climate change. And that's what created the Paris Consensus. That's scientific, it's historical. We started seeing, well, that's very important. There are huge climate change, climate problems, and look what's happening. And we can't control this. So there was this transition in the corporate and financial sector. And first, they saw that as a risk and thought, well, this is going to lead to taxation, and the oil companies panicked. And little by little, the sectors that earn something from that started seeing that as an opportunity because of what you can see at the bottom. There was a tech revolution, like very few in the history of mankind, in the production of renewable solar and wind energy. The graphs indicate the things that happens in these two sectors in terms of increase in installed capacity when China started polluting the world even more. Uh, the stock, it's just evil to accuse China of that. The stock of CO2 comes from rich countries. But what changed the balance of things was China. What got the curve out of the way was what was happening in China. But at the same time, there was an exit to that. We started discussing hydrogen at that point, and I'm going to explain to you why. And I apologize if you're not engineers or economists. I'll try to be as clear as possible, but it's not hard. There are two things to look at hydrogen, to make hydrogen the natural way, where you take natural gas, basically add steam, and hydrogen comes out on the other side. But there's CO2 as well. There's hydrogen used in several industrial processes, but also CO2, which is pollutant. So you'd have to invest in decarbonizing your gas production. But you can also produce hydrogen, and that's uh, something that came back recently to increase productivity. You can do that by running an electric current through water, through electrolysis. That's a process that requires a lot of electricity. And if you do that with electricity that is generated without generating CO2, bingo, you're producing green hydrogen. And when you burn it to do everything that you do now, burning fossil fuel, you won't produce CO2. It will produce water vapor, and that's a magical thing that you can do. But for that, you need to have zillions of tons of hydrogen produced by many megawatts of clean energy. And that's the big challenge. And that's why, for a long time, you are going to produce blue hydrogen, as we call it. The gray one is the ugly one. You do it, you make it, and then you burn it and produce CO2. With the blue one, you capture CO2 somehow. There are some ways where you bury it underground, and there are other ways as well. But you look at what's being projected for the future. The blue line, the blue part, is the blue and gray hydrogen. In green, no, I'm sorry. The blue one is the ugly one, what we currently have. The green and dark green is the decarbonized one, and in the yellow is the green one. So, and on the right, this is stock, and on the right-hand side, we see the current projects. The current projects for hydrogen are completely green. Afraid of penalties, and so everybody's making green hydrogen now. So you're going to have a two-step movement. The first step is going to be based on natural gas, where we're going to learn to use hydrogen, and the second phase where there will be a boom of green hydrogen. The question is, how long will it take us to get there? 150 years, 20 years? We want to get to net zero by 2050, right? So that's the question. Well, that's a totally economic thing. And it's interesting to see what's projected to happen in terms of decrease in the prices of green energy, especially wind. There'll be an explosion in offshore, especially offshore wind energy production, especially in the Northeast, and other ways of generating renewable energy. And what's going to happen is that the dollar per megawatt hour, which is the cost, that's in English, the first column, it was at $360 in 2010, and now it's at 3045. The huge growth curve, the costs are decreasing steeply, and Brazil is very good at that. In 5 years, it will drop to 20, in 10 to 1527, and well, it will reach 10 or 13.
But the most interesting thing is that it's not energy cost alone that is going to drop. When you manufacture a lot of those boxes, electrolyzers, where you get electricity and take out of it hydrogen, prices will drop. Like it happened with computers. Computers used to be super expensive, and nowadays a laptop does what a 1970 computer used to do 1,000 times better. I mean, nowadays it's much cheaper, much more accessible. So the costs will become competitive with gas, hydrogen in 5 to 10 years. This doesn't depend on carbon prices, carbon taxes, interventions to penalize carbon. This is an addition to all that. The more regulation you need to speed things up, that's welcome. But those are forecasts which are purely economical. You'll reach that green hydrogen price, which will compete with the blue hydrogen in around 10 years. Of course, those are forecasts from economists and technological staff that are subject to many variables. But that given, there is a trend that indicates that this is a possible route. Green hydrogen will be the new oil. And then you may ask me, what is the point of manufacturing hydrogen if you can't transport it? It's difficult. Hydrogen is difficult to transport indeed. It's not like gas that you compress. You use energy for that, of course, but you can liquefy it and send it by vessel. You can do that to hydrogen, but that's way off viability. But recently, it was discovered that it can be transformed into nitrogen, which is ridiculous simple. 80% of the air we breathe is nitrogen, and then you can transport by vessel. So when you create a transportable molecule, you create new oil using hydrogen. So that's the view that we have for net zero. Hydrogen, green hydrogen taking over. And there is a book called The Hydrogen Revolution. I think it was published in May last year, and it's kind of a consensus. And there is a quote there from McKinsey, a consultancy who specializes in technology, and it says that by 2040, the blue hydrogen cost will rise 89%, the gas hydrogen, and the green hydrogen will drop in price by 64%. So that's where transition could come up if you have electricity renewable sources as well, electricity based. Anyway, we have this graph from the National Plan for 2050. It compares the demand. This is a perspective up to 2050, okay? So how much we demand in energy and how much we can produce in green energy. Gray representing non-renewable sources and green representing renewable sources. And that's in excess. So we are not going to be manufacturing renewable energy in Brazil for Brazilian consumption. We'll be able to export energy like we did back with Itaipu and other hydroelectricity powers. The cost of energy in Brazil will drop because you have such a potential for exceeding energy. Look at the demand, it's quite ridiculous. It's the orange bar. And of course, I mean, its potentials again, forecasts, etc. But clearly, just for you to have an idea, the licenses nowadays at IBAMA for projects that want to manufacture wind energy offshore in Brazil surpass 140 gigawatts, which is basically the current Brazilian production. So it's actually a revolution that could take place. And what's the economic impact? Well, there are at least two. First of all, investment, right? Economic growth, because investments help, and the cost of generalized consumable, which is key for Brazilian competitivity, which is energy. And nowadays, Brazil is suffering, is struggling there because energy used to be cheap for Brazil and became very expensive in 30 years' time, in a 30-year span. But in the near future, we'll be able to export it again. There is a factory in Sweden that uses hydrogen for manufacturing steel, and they are selling that to Volvo, and Volvo is paying a huge price to call their cars green, and that's 2% of the car. But anyway, just for you to see, there is purpose, there is investment taking place. I mean, it's billion-dollar projects, but still they're billion-dollar projects. Now, the new pre-salt trend of wind energy and solar energy, they are focused on the Northeast region because of a specific type of wind that only occurs in that region. And of course, the investment will be concentrated in the Northeast, and the impact on distribution will be considerable in Brazil because the Northeast of Brazil is still the most poor region in Brazil. So in a way, we are lucky that such resources are located at a cheap location in Brazil because transporting energy is expensive. So it's going to be good for the Northeast in terms of development, and it's going to be good for Brazil as a whole. And we will need economic policies for that. The market won't deliver that by itself. The market trends show that transitioning to hydrogen is unavoidable. Unless something unthinkable is discovered tomorrow, this transition, using everything that you can, like including natural gas, etc. You continue to do that, and in 10 years we transition to hydrogen. This is totally possible. How do you do that though? Some regulation needs to be created, incentives need to exist. The first wind energy project, it wasn't cheap. There was always a learning curve. So incentives are necessary, but it's not going to be very much. We're going to have to change the Brazil's electricity grid, meaning the way that we transport energies from where they are produced to the cities. But Brazilians know how to do that. We do that for Brazil, throughout Brazil. And transporting hydrogen, that's a more complicated thing. We are going to have to learn it from other economies, more advanced economies, because it's new, more complex gas. We need to learn about it. There are two key players in this whole thing for the government. First of all, financial, lower risk and creating blended finance initiatives. I'm going over my time, but I'll be done very soon. First of all, you need to reduce risks. So guarantees, collaterals, loans that will be cheaper in interests, and BNDES comes first. It's called blended finance in English. We still use it, the English wording in Portuguese, and sounds fancy anyway in meetings. Anyway, it's much more about collaterals and guarantees than money. We need guarantees such as CAF, a Latin American agency that does guarantees and collaterals very well, and BNDES could learn from their experience. And Petrobras is key, because Petrobras was always behind Brazil whenever Brazil needed support at FINAP and other agencies. Anyway, entrepreneurship and expenditure with R&D. This is key to Petrobras, and Petrobras is a leader in that industry. And they know how to deal with gas, and it's an energy company, and all the energy companies that will survive in the world will have to do that. For oil and gas companies throughout the world, well, they know that they are going to run out of resources pretty soon, so they have to reinvent themselves with hydrogen, in this case, if they want to continue to exist into the future. So Petrobras and BNDES have key roles in speeding this whole thing up and leveraging this opportunity for Brazil, and I think the future may be brilliant before your eyes. Well, wonderful. The opportunities are on the table now. Uh, uh, there is a uh, uh, there is one comment though. At the end, it was said that it took long for the finance sector to wake up to all those matters, but it did wake up, and there are many business opportunities, both positive and also things that may make you lose money, like the crisis in Pernambuco that didn't exist in the past started to occur every 5 years. So the assets in banks could melt in prices. But there are business opportunities too. So, as it was shown, technology advances may make prices drop sharply and have then the prices being offset, blue hydrogen with green hydrogen, and then green hydrogen becoming preeminent. But he also mentioned what we need to make that happen. We need to think about regulation, incentives, and we need sponsors for this process. And this sponsoring, funding needs to be combined, blended finance, as he called it, mixing resources from the private sector and the public sector. So shared risks, that's what it means. And he highlighted the role of BNDES and Petrobras, a key energy company. It's a technology leader in the world for offshore drilling. Anyway, I have one question to Professor Richard because he has to leave soon. And the question is, well, if the countries that issue the most greenhouse gases are the ones suffering the least impacts and have more money to deal with the consequences, what needs to be done to encourage rich countries to help other countries, how to engage those rich countries in an agenda that help the poor countries? Okay, Professor Winston wants to speak, so I think the debate is going to be interesting. Okay, it's just because Richard started talking about blended finance in a quite negative manner, and I like thinking at economic policies looking forward, not backwards, like in the review mirror. It's a gigantic funding challenge, and blended finance shouldn't be disregarded because hydrogen shouldn't be disregarded. Nowadays, hydrogen is practically nothing, and if you say that in the future blended finance won't work, I mean, it could not be the case. In COP26, a banking group, that's true, Global Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which is led by a banking man who has been the president of the Bank of England, Canada, and other key institutions. He's very intelligent, and he showed that there is a lot of private capital waiting for good projects until they receive the requests for blended finance. I think it's about minimizing risk. It, I don't think diamond is very ethic. I mean, it's a bit off the point. I'm not going to comment on the ethics of private individuals that I don't know. But those people want to maximize profits. That's what they are paid for. So the regulators have to create blended finance projects that could be quite good for economic policies, and then ask those bankers to put their pockets where they put their words in COP26. They say, well, we have money to invest in good, sound proposals. On the other hand, I am afraid to deliver 3 trillion per year for governments to allocate. And I work in the government and I know how it works. And there is no good government or bad government in that sense because it's politics, it's the way it is. And I don't know about China, but democracies are not structured in a way to maximize efficiency more often than not. So I do believe in public statements that are connected to the private sector, yes, but they have a public awareness and they say capital sitting in the wings. As long as the conditions are favorable, as long as uh, conditions are created, and there the government has a very important role. But thinking about a magic figure here of 3 trillion per year, I mean, putting that in the hands of governments, that doesn't fly. Rogerio, would you like to add to that? Well, I know that Richard has to go. He has to go. So I will talk to Richard and then to Professor. I hate to be too pragmatic, but both are right in certain points. So thinking about Richard first, so that you can leave and not assume that I said something bad about you after you left. Anyway, Richard, I have had the honor of representing Brazil and 8 developing countries at the World Bank in the management board. So I was Brazil's executive manager. And we think that the World Bank, for instance, uses public money. But since the World Bank was formed, there's virtually no public money in there. The Americans call that taxpayers' money. So how does the World Bank work? It steers, it goes to a market and capture bonus because they have sovereign guarantees or collaterals. Brazil is a partner there, and it says we want to be there, and we are also going to place our money up front to show you that that's the way to go. The World Bank that I know of has never been bankrupt or not even got close to that, but they don't operate with public money. And then the idea is that you have private capital growing into one direction and use the public initiative to direction and recapture those resources. And Richard is right in that sense. The volume of resources that are needed will need to make this type of activity grow. Public money has to be injected, yes, but the hope is that we can expand, capture much more, and also the targeting of private capital. That's my hope, Richard. I don't think that tomorrow a banker will say, hey, I want to invest in energetic transition because it's cool. Shareholders don't like the sound of that. Uh, Sometimes bankers will say, okay, I know that this has to happen, but I have to have my shareholders on board. This happens at CAF, this happens at World Bank. It happens less at BNDES, though, because at BNDES, private capital in the long term doesn't exist. Super high interest rates, macroeconomic instability, and BNDES does boost a lot of private capital, but not as much as it could. And in Brazil, we didn't have a long-term market. Now you do, much more than you had anyway. Uh, it was almost in existence in the past. And nowadays we talk about 500 billion. Lavinia, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 500 billion of long-term debentures. Anyway, it's a high figure. Anyway, maybe it's not precise, but it's high. And you could capture something also in the international market. BNDES will have to grow a lot because Brazil destroyed, interestingly. Anyway, there is this fake story that the state is broken and we couldn't do anything about it. And we ended up destroying an institution that could be the best bet to attract private capital for long-term investment. BNDES was rising exponentially, and now it dropped so sharply that even this important role of attracting the private sector became a minor element. So we have to rethink that, that's for sure. And Professor, I have to disagree with you on something. I don't think all governments or states are bad, politically maybe speaking. Every human being has light and dark, but there are human beings with a lot of darkness and others with much less darkness. So there are governments which are good and those which are less good. And just another question from the audience to Richard. In your opinion, what are the biggest challenges of Brazil for a climate agenda? And then the question may be commented by others.
Is when firms make a profit from the activity they're engaging in and reinvest that profit in the activities that make the profit in the first place. That's a good model. It's about reinvesting profits productively. What have large corporations been doing in the last 10 years? A recent study of the S&P 500 since the global financial crisis, that is over the last 10, 12 years, found that for each $100 that on average is made by an S&P 500 firm, over $90 goes into either buying back their own stocks to pump up their share prices or handing out that money as dividends. That leaves less than $10 of every 100 to reinvest in R&D, new plant and equipment, skills of their workforce. That is a model that will not deliver the kind of long-term investments that we're talking about here. And unless we change through regulatory pressures and other mechanisms the way in which these large corporations, and we're talking about the big issue here is large corporations. It's large corporations that will solve this problem. And unless they change their behavior, then this will be very difficult to get the kind of virtuous circle that led to, I think, a more productive and more equal economy in the period before the early 1980s than is the case today. So I think that's one point. Second, let me give you an example of blended finance. It's called the COVAX system. The COVAX system was pushed by the Bill Gates Foundation and the WHO to do what? To ensure that the developing world would get access to vaccines when some sort of disease hit the world, hit their world. And it was blended finance. That is, states would give money to the COVAX system, and they would then incentivize large pharmaceutical companies to provide the vaccines necessary to deal with the particular disease that the vaccine was targeted for. How did that work out during the pandemic? It worked out absolutely disastrously because these large pharmaceutical companies could make all their money by selling these vaccines at an astronomical price to advanced economies. And develop, as we all know, the vaccination rate in the developing world, particularly in the least developed countries, is minimal compared with what it is in the advanced economies. And COVAX was a complete flop. It was a classic public-private partnership blended finance model to deal with a public good problem, that is health. And here we have another public good problem, which is climate. And I don't see any evidence that blended finance, public-private partnerships, microcredits, etc., are the kind of way of delivering on the investment. We have examples of its failure, and it's not a good history to go on, and I don't think we should be pursue. It's not that things like guarantees, that the World Bank has been a strong user of guarantees for years, and they provide a role. But we are meant to be following the science, and the science tells us one thing: unless we make these big investments over the course of the next 6 years, 7 years, we need, for example, we cannot, if you believe the science, some people don't. But if we don't stop investing in new sources of carbon fuel by 2025, then there's no way that we can meet a 1.5 degree above pre-industrial level target. It's not possible. And I can tell you that's not going to happen. And it won't happen because it's profitable for corporations to invest in high carbon energy sources, whether that's natural gas, whether that's coal, whether that's oil and gas. And so unless we deal with that problem, unless we believe the science and follow ways of doing that in the time frame that they suggest is required to keep the planet healthy, then we can't rely on things like blended finance or public-private partnerships to deliver on the scale that we're talking about.
Thank you very much, Professor. I'm in a difficult situation because I was just told that the museum is closing its doors and they're turning off the lights, so we'll need to wrap up. I received several questions, and I will give the floor to Wilson and Rogerio for their closing words, and if they want to add something else, but unfortunately, I will not be able to read any questions. I'm sorry. Yeah, I just want to thank you for the discussion. It was great. Thank you very much. Thank you, and congratulations on being here, engaged in such an important subject for the future of Brazil and the world. Thank you. Also, to be respectful of time, I want to thank you for organizing this event, and I want to leave you, at least I hope I have left you with a positive note. I presented the possible scenario for Brazil. If it's going to happen or not, I don't know. The elections are around the corner. Let's see. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you. So, this panel about the challenges of global transition and the new economy, the new climate economy, was brilliantly led by Lavinia Barros. I'd like to thank Richard Guajario and Wilson. Thank you for your participation. Once again, I want to thank you for your presence and inform you that tomorrow at 2 p.m., our session will be dedicated to sustainable consumption and production at ABB in Lagoa. The entire schedule will be available on YouTube and Inea. I also want to thank President Ricardo Piquet, the president of the Museum of Tomorrow, and our dear executive director, Ana Mary Balgi. Thank you for letting us use the auditorium. And to everybody from the production and everybody involved in the event, the technical team, the sound team, the waiters and waitresses, everybody, thank you so much. It's time to act. Thank you.